Didn't you already start that rideshare business?
Oh, humped? Yeah, that didn't work out. I kept receiving calls that were, let's just say, salacious.
Salacious?
It means inappropriate.
I know what it... Look, I'm not doing that bit again. Will you just call PDS debt?
Oh, my! Did you just camel tow your vehicle into today's sponsor?
I sure did. PDS Debt is a top-rated company on Google and have an A+ rating on the BBB. They have options for anyone struggling with a lot of monthly debt payments. Credit cards, personal loans, collections, medical bills. Everyone with over $10,000 or more in eligible debt qualifies.
Yeah, but my credit score is, well, it's terrible.
Well, there's no minimum credit score required. Added fair credit is accepted. You can save thousands in interest and fees and pay off your debt at a fraction of the time. PDS is giving viewers a free debt analysis just for completing the 30-second online assessment at www.pdsdebt.com/files.
That's pdsdebt.com/files.
That's it.
Okay, I'll call you.
Good. So you can stop trying to get into my safe.
Oh, I'm not working on the safe. I got the Beaver brothers on that. Beavers are master safe crackers. Haven't you ever heard of beaver burglars?
I think you mean cat burglars.
Right. Hey, boys, try a human's cat's birthday. Yeah, see? Oh, yeah. Predictable.
It was late 1992, and Doug Muchler was killing time with a few dozen off-duty soldiers. Someone shushed the group and turned up the TV. The local news was running a story about an underground nuclear detonation in China. But that wasn't the story. When seismologists analyzed the data, they saw the cross-section of a huge object about 100 feet below the surface in central Alaska. It was a pyramid. A huge pyramid. Bigger than the Great Pyramid of Giza. 550 feet tall from the top to the base. In the middle of a location marked, "This area not surveyed to date." He ran to the map room. He was right. Next stop, his quarters. He set his VCR to record the 11 o'clock news. He needed to be sure. The late night news came and went without a single mention of the pyramid. Doug called a few news junkies he knew. He heard anything about it. The next day, with military intelligence credentials, Doug went to the local news station. The station manager said there was no such story. He had no idea what Doug was talking about. They were trying to solve it. Doug stood in the lobby for a minute. He said the story. The station As Doug was heading out, he heard a voice behind him. It was one of the younger employees.
Damn, that was
The
the
kid
quickest match
nervously
I've ever
gestured
played.
for Doug to come over, so he did. The younger man was clearly rattled. He looked around, lowered his voice, and said the story was true.
Look, I'm not supposed to say anything. I could get fired for this, but this just isn't sitting right with me.
Doug acted like he wasn't sure what the kid was talking about, but he was pretty sure what he was talking about.
That story about the underground pyramid is real. We ran it during last night's 6 o'clock broadcast. A few hours later, a couple of scary guys in suits came by the station and grilled my boss in his own office. Next thing I know, the story is pulled from the 11 o'clock lineup, and all the tapes of the story were confiscated. It's all gone.
Doug asked why. Although, again, he knew the answer. He just wanted to hear this kid say it.
After the suits left, the news director said we had to kill the story because it involved a Chinese nuclear test. It was a matter of national security. We were told to forget about it. The nuclear test, the pyramid, all of it. Pretend it never happened or face criminal charges. That's all I know.
The kid begged Doug to keep him out of it, and Doug agreed. Again, as an experienced intelligence officer, Doug knew these tactics. He also knew he shouldn't press the issue with his superiors, so he didn't. But he was annoyed.
I was mad. I went back to the office in formation that night. I told everybody what I'd found out, and the guys in the unit were like, wait a minute, we watched it. What do you mean they didn't run it? The same thing I was saying.
Doug continued his normal duties at Fort Richardson, but he couldn't stop thinking about that pyramid. He was frustrated, but there was no way to get more information. Then, a year later, Doug was transferred to Fort Meade in Maryland, home of the National Security Agency, and that would provide an opportunity. In 1993, Doug Muchler was transferred to Fort Meade, Maryland. Fort Meade is known for being the headquarters of the NSA. Doug said he wasn't working for the NSA, but for a unit nearby.
Oh, he was totally working for the NSA.
Probably. Fort Meade was also home to a giant warehouse of files. Row after row, shelf after shelf, floor after floor. It was a giant archive of government activity, and much of it top secret.
Ooh, like where they keep the Ark and all that stuff?
No, this place was just files.
I'd still like to snoop around there.
So would I. Doug played it cool. He introduced himself to the archivist and showed him his credentials. Doug asked if there were any files about archaeological sites in Alaska. He didn't say pyramid or anything like that. He kept his questions non-specific. The archivist didn't blink. He wrote down a few numbers and handed Doug a slip of paper. The floor, the row, the shelf. Doug was getting closer. He found the Alaska files. He pulled a few and settled into a reading room. But he wouldn't get the chance to learn anything.
Here come the men in black.
And I had just sat down, and these two guys came. You can feel someone standing behind you. And these two goons go, hey, you don't have a need to know for that information.
Doug turned around and asked what they meant. He was just looking at archaeological sites in Alaska. They said, we know what you're looking for. You need to leave the building immediately. Doug asks why.
They don't want us messing with them up there anymore. They don't want you messing with them up there. They don't want us, anybody, messing with them.
Wait. Messing with who up there?
Well, that's what Doug wanted to know, but the two guys...
Men in black?
Right. They realized they just said too much. Doug left the warehouse, resumed his duties, and kept quiet. But after he left the service, he went public with the story. It turned out... shook his head and quietly laughed. As an engineer in the Navy during World War II, he worked on secret projects. But this was something else. He was flown from Omaha, Nebraska to United Kingdom, then pushed onto a white bus with blacked out windows. On the bus were a few engineers and technicians. Once everyone was settled, the bus started driving east. Nobody was told where they were going or specifically what they were doing. And honestly, Marty didn't care. This was exciting. While most of the passengers seemed nervous, Marty was smiling ear to ear. He felt like a character in a spy novel. After the war, Marty was recruited by Western Electric Manufacturing. Well, technically, he worked for Bell Labs, created from the engineering department of Western Electric and half owned by AT&T. When offered the job, Marty didn't need much convincing. He'd be working on highly classified projects for the military. Specialty was electrical engineering. Marty Johnson could build or fix anything you threw at him. He liked a challenge. Working on cutting-edge tech was right up his alley. In the late 40s, he worked with transistors. These little devices revolutionized electronics. He had no idea how Bell came up with the idea. Wow, did they change everything.
The aliens gave them the transistors.
Maybe. Here it was, 1959. Marty felt he was helping them predict the future. He couldn't tell his family where he was or what he was doing, but they understood was very important. After a 6-hour bumpy ride, the bus finally stopped. Heard a shout from ahead. Too many uniforms stood next to what looked like a nowhere. Marty would need answers soon. The cold wind was taking them on now. Adventure. The group shuffled into the shed. The officers came in last and closed the door. In unison, everyone sighed in relief. One of the officers told the group to grab the rail and hold on. He yanked a metal gate across the door and pushed a button. With a quick jerk, the platform began dropping. Now Marty understood. The shed was just an entrance to this elevator shaft. As the elevator descended, the temperature moved a bit. It was still cold enough to see his breath, but at least they were spared from the biting wind. And after daydreaming a bit, Marty realized they'd been going down for a long time. The elevator finally stopped. The officer opened the gate and gestured for everyone to step out. Marty followed the group out into the hallway. It looked like every military office building he'd ever been in. The gray concrete floor and walls painted green beige, the constant buzzing of overhead fluorescent lights, all too familiar. The group started moving again. Marty felt like he was on a museum tour, just following the crowd. They passed plenty of doors, so this place must be bigger than it looked. The doors had no names, only numbers. Clean, simple, efficient. Definitely military. The officer up front raised his voice a bit so everyone could hear. Before they started their 4-week orientation, they would get to see the project. Finally, Marty thought. Judging by the murmurs in the group, he wasn't the only one becoming impatient. After making a few turns here and there, they reached the end of the hallway. They were standing in front of a huge steel door. It had to be 15 feet high and wide enough to drive a car through. The officer grabbed a red phone receiver off the wall and spoke into it. Marty couldn't hear, but he chuckled to himself as he imagined the officer saying, "Open sesame." From somewhere, there was the sound of metal on metal, and the door began to slowly swing open. Not only was the door tall and wide, it had to be a foot thick. What could be in here that required security measures like this? Was it nukes? Marty hoped it wasn't nukes. They walked through the door into a giant cavern. Then Marty saw it, and everything made sense. The blacked out windows, the secrecy, the security. The officer proudly announced, "Gentlemen, welcome to the Dark Pyramid." In the spring of '78, Lee Pearson was at the Unalakleet Airport trading war stories with a fellow vet. Lee retired and became a teacher, but his new friend, a helicopter pilot, was still in the service. The pilot could tell Lee was missing the excitement of the old days, so he made him an offer. He was making a quick run into the infamous Alaska Triangle.
Lee, I got something that will get your blood pumping. We're taking some important equipment out to a secret base near Denali. You know Mount McKinley? We'll be in and out in 4 hours. You want to tag along?
Lee said absolutely. They hopped in the helicopter and started flying due east. After just under 2 hours of flight time, the pilot gave Lee a heads up.
Okay, we're just about 5 miles out. Things are about to get weird. Our instruments are going to go crazy. You're going to hear all kinds of alarms. Don't panic. And, we'll go VFR the rest of the way, and we'll be fine.
VFR?
Visual flight rules. Basically, you turn off autopilot, keep the ground in sight, and keep your eyes open for obstacles.
Got it.
Then the helicopter's electronics went haywire. The radar screen went out. Compass needle was spinning like a fan. Lee was visibly nervous. Then all the power in the helicopter, the instruments, lights, everything was flat. But the helicopter kept flying. A few minutes later, it touched down. Within seconds, a ground crew was refueling them. With the engine running and the rotor spinning, Lee looked around. There were a couple of small guardhouses with towers. He saw 2 or 3 Quonset huts. Boxes of equipment were piled here and there. Razor wire was everywhere. Lee looked up. Overhead, a C-130 was flying tight circles over the area. Then, 6 men in black uniforms start yanking crates of cargo. Lee, being a military man himself, notices the uniforms have no insignia, no unit patches, no rank, no name tape, no identification of any kind. There are men around the perimeter of the landing zone. They're heavily armed and aiming at the helicopter. Lee looks behind them. There's a Jeep parked just a few yards away. On top of it is a .50 caliber machine gun. It's loaded, manned, and aimed right at them. Lee glances nervously at the pilot, who gives him a look that says, "Relax, this is normal." In 3, maybe 4 minutes, they're airborne and headed west, back to the airport. Once they get about 5 miles from the site, all the instruments come back on and everything is working perfectly. Lee asks the pilot, "What the hell was that?" The pilot looks at Lee, taps his headset, and holds his finger in front of his mouth.
Ah, they'd be listening to the radio.
Yep. At a small bar near the airport, the 3 men sit at a quiet table in the back. The waitress drops off a round of beers. Lee grabs one, takes a sip, and says, "Okay, let's hear it."
That place is more secret than the Manhattan Project. Nobody's supposed to know it even exists. Deep underground is a giant pyramid made of black stone. They think it's stone anyway.
Lee asks who would build a giant pyramid underground and why.
All they know is that it's thousands of years old. They've had techs and engineers working there since the 50s. It's a power generator of some kind. And this thing puts out a lot of juice.
This sounded crazy to Lee. He asked how much power does the pyramid generate. The pilot said, enough to power the whole country. Pyramids as power plants. Sounds like science fiction, but if made of the right materials, it could possibly work. I have an entire episode on how the Great Pyramid of Giza could have created energy. And there's scientific evidence that supports this theory.
Pyramid power, link below.
Marty Johnson was very specific about the site and the technology. He said the pyramid was He said the pyramid is 550 feet tall, with the base 700 feet below the surface. The angles of the pyramid were 48 degrees, not 45. I don't know why this is important, but Marty said it was. There were enclosed control rooms at each corner. The control rooms measured the energy flowing through the pyramid. The purpose of the project was energy distribution. If they ever got this to work, we don't know. But Marty Johnson's son said his father built a replica of the pyramid made out of aluminum. He ran a small amount of voltage through the pyramid, and that energy was then magnified. This mini pyramid produced more than enough electricity to power their entire house and farm. It's been theorized that the pyramids in Alaska, Egypt, Indonesia, and other places formed an ancient energy grid. They pulled electricity out of the zero-point field and transmitted it around the planet, maybe even around the solar system.
Free energy cover-up link below.
Right. I have an entire episode about inventors who discovered ways to pull energy from the quantum field that exists everywhere.
And what happened to those inventors?
All died of mysterious causes.
Uh-huh.
So, is the Dark Pyramid an energy device? We don't know. We have to find it first. And some people think they have. Doug Muchler went public with his story. He used the perfect conduit. He contacted Linda Moulton Howe. If you follow UFO news or you're a fan of Coast to Coast, you know who Linda is. In case you don't, she's an investigative journalist who's been covering UFOs, aliens, and conspiracies for a long time. She actually won an Emmy for one of her UFO documentaries.
Yo, Linda is the UFO OG.
She is. She's a legend in the field. She also does her homework. So when Doug emailed her, she got copies of his ID, addresses, and phone numbers. But most importantly, she wanted a copy of his DD-214.
Oh, well, obviously.
Oh, you know what a DD-214 is?
Of course I do.
Well, then tell the people.
No. I don't want to step on your fins. You go ahead.
DD Form 214 is a certificate from the U.S. military that lists everything about your service. The date and place of duty, the date and place of release, assignments, rank, education, MOS, job specialty, decorations, medals, everything. Doug Muchler produced this document. He was telling the truth. Once Linda reported on the pyramid, other people started coming forward with their own accounts of the Dark Pyramid. Marty Johnson and Lee Pearson's stories come from their sons, who heard them firsthand. Linda heard from a retired naval captain stationed in Alaska. He noticed that aircraft communications always malfunctioned when flying over a certain area, east of Unalakleet and west of Mount Denali. Radar showed massive electromagnetic energy coming from the area. When the captain saw the report about the Chinese nuclear test, he thought the pyramid could be the problem. So he did the logical thing. He reported it to his superior officer.
Stupid.
Soon after, he was told to be quiet or face court-martial.
Told ya.
Lee Pearson's son, Bruce, believes his father's story. In fact, he thinks his father gave him enough information to find the location of the Dark Pyramid. So Bruce took that information, went to Alaska, hired a plane, and he might have found it.
Fuck, man.
Bruce Pearson's father said the Dark Pyramid was east of the mountains, west of the so Bruce hired a pilot to take him to that location. If the base was out there, there would be signs of human activity.
Bro, what was the point of me buying the bag?
Flying, they came across a patch of land.
Yo, why'd I even buy you guys back if you guys are gonna die on me like that? What a waste of money.
For another pass, they found the remains of an old road, a road that doesn't appear on any maps. And the most amazing discovery of all, they found an old airstrip. This also does not appear on any maps. So at some point in the past, somebody was using that road and airstrip for something. The nearest marked road is almost 100 miles away. This area is also pretty close to coordinates sent to Linda Moulton Howe by another retired Navy officer. This is the location. Using Google Earth, some people claim they can see an outline of a former compound or structure. I'm not sure I can make anything out, but I linked the coordinates below if you want to see for yourself. One man actually hiked to the coordinates to see with his own eyes. In May 2020, Nathan Campbell hired a plane to fly him to Carey Lake in Denali National Park, just a few miles from the pyramid's alleged location. He told the pilot to pick him up at the same location in 4 months.
4 months?
Yep, but Nathan was prepared. He had good gear, plenty of food, and a satellite communicator to let him radio his family. But after just a few weeks, he stopped checking in. A search team found his campsite. His gear was still there, but no Nathan. He kept a diary. The last entry said, "Went to get water." He's never been found. Some speculate that he actually was found, that he discovered the location of the Dark Pyramid and was deleted. But something to keep in mind, the location of the Dark Pyramid is in the Alaska Triangle.
Ah! The underground base!
Yep. For 20 years, the CIA operated Project Stargate. This was essentially a psychic spy project. Stargate did a lot of different things, but its primary focus was remote viewing. Remote viewing is projecting your consciousness to any place on Earth.
Project Stargate link below. But if you were psychic, you already knew that.
One of the most talented remote viewers was Pat Price. Pat was able to see an underground base hidden inside a mountain right in the middle of the Alaska Triangle. Because Linda Moulton Howe found a witness who viewed the Dark Pyramid. She first saw a small building. She went in. Then she saw an elevator that went hundreds of feet down. She followed that. Then she found herself in what looked like a military facility. Then she saw a huge black sloped wall. a kitchen. Finally, she found herself with a group of people being taken on a tour in the city's theater. She was stunned. The tour guide was not human. It was human-like, but definitely not human. And she learned the true purpose of the Dark Pyramid. It is an energy device. It's a charging station for UFOs. There have been over 6,500 UFO sightings in the Alaska Triangle. It's one of the most active UFO hotspots in the world, and now we know why. The craft are using the pyramid for energy, and that's why the military never got it to work, and they never will. The aliens in charge don't work for us. We work for them. When Lindsay Howe exposed the Dark Pyramid in 2012, the story was a phenomenon, and it's easy to see why. We've got credible witnesses and evidence of human activity. Thousands of people really do go missing in Alaska every year. There really are thousands of UFO sightings there. But is the Dark Pyramid real? Well, let's dissect it. Our first witness is Douglas Mutchler, a former military intelligence officer. Now, believers in the story say he's a very credible witness. He's provided documents that prove he is exactly who he says he is. That's true. But if you follow this channel, you know how I feel about whistleblowers from military intelligence. I don't trust them. I'm not saying every one of them, or any one of them, is lying, but some of them are. We know Richard Doty's shady history of spreading disinformation within the UFO community. Hal Budoff, Christopher Mellon, Luis Elizondo, David Grush, and now Doug Mutchler, all whistleblowers, all connected to military intelligence. Now, I'm not saying Doug Mutchler is lying, but I do view his story skeptically. In his defense, the Chinese did detonate an underground nuke on May 22nd, 1992. But that's 5 or 6 months earlier than Doug claims. But he waited 20 years to come forward. Maybe some of his details are hazy. He said almost 40 other soldiers saw the news report about the underground pyramid. None of those soldiers have come forward. If you go to Linda's website, earthfiles.com, you can see the original emails Doug sent to her. The details change a little over time. At some point, he says China informed the UN about it. That didn't happen. When the nuke went off in May, the world was taken by surprise, and the UN condemned the test. Still, he says this happened late November, early December 1992. There was no real test. There just
Damn, I didn't even see that guy.
What's interesting is there was a major earthquake in Egypt
He shot the
in
bullets. That
October
makes sense.
1992.
Yeah, see? Yeah, that's what shot me in the dick.
The earthquake was a 5.3,
I guess I think it was the teammates.
highest ever recorded in the area. At least 500 people died. The UN did come in to provide aid and monitor any damage to the Sphinx and the pyramids. Now, it's possible, it's even likely, that Doug is conflating a few different memories. And there's no shame in that. Human memory is notoriously bad. But what about Lee Pearson and his son Bruce? Well, we only have Bruce's word. Same with Marty Johnson. These were real people, no doubt, but they haven't given us any physical evidence, only their word. What about remote viewers? Do you believe them? For the most part, I don't. But I do believe Pat Price saw something under Mount... Not only do I believe in Pat Price's ability, I believe he was killed because of it. Check out the episode on Project 8200. I gave you all the details. The last and most important name in the story is Linda Moulton Howe. I followed her work for years. She was great whenever she was on Coast to Coast with Art Bell. But she is a true believer. Yes, she does her homework. But she goes into a story believing it, and she focuses on investigating details to support the story. Lots of UFO and paranormal researchers do this. Almost all of them do. I approach the stories from the other side. I go in not believing, but I don't focus on debunking. I honestly try to find as much evidence as I can, but then I'll start to believe story. Sometimes, after researching, I'll change my mind. I thought the Halloween theory was nonsense.
Oh, no, I forgot about the guy upstairs.
The moon is
I was still camping there.
100% man-made.
Damn. I was just camping there.
100%.
Nah, he took my gun.
But there are a few that can't be. Just can't. energy.
And that's
Just like the
hot.
Great Pyramid of Giza did when the Anunnaki built it 130,000 years ago. Prove me wrong. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ, that's Cyclefish. This has been the live.
Oh, hell no.
Do him a favor, like, subscribe, comment, share. That stuff really helps him out. And like most topics we cover on this channel, today's was recommended by you. So if there's a story you'd like to see or know more about, go to yfiles.com/tips. Remember, the Y Files is also a podcast. Twice a week, I post deep dives into the stories we cover here on the channel. I also post episodes that wouldn't be allowed on the channel. It's called the Y Files Operation Podcast. It's available everywhere you get your podcasts. Now, if you need more Y Files in your life, and not everybody does, but if you do, check out our Discord. We just hit 50,000 members. So there's someone on there 24/7, and they're into the same weird stuff that we are. It's a great community, it's a lot of fun, and it's free support. Now, if you want to follow what's going on with the Y Files, check out our production calendar. It's at theyfiles.com/cal. Now we post episodes, podcasts, live streams, all that stuff. Special thanks to our patrons who make the Y Files. Every episode is dedicated to I'm truly grateful for that. And if you'd like to support, consider becoming a member on Patreon. For as little as $3 a month, you get access to our select videos early with no commercials, access to merch only available to members, push private live streams every week just for you. My camera's on, your camera's on. It's fun. Another great way to support the channel is grab something from the Y File store.
Man, the hang of this t-shirt or a fistable coffee mug with my face on it, because you'll be like fist in my face, I guess. Or you can just leave it stuffed toys, talking animal, it's peppermint fish toys.
Those are the plugs, and that's enough for today. Until next time, be safe, be kind, know that you are appreciated. This episode of the Y Files is brought to you by PBS Debt. The accepted narrative.
What? That's a little sus, but alright. I love that slice. What the heck? Put the both of us down? That is insane.
knights were later betrayed and ultimately destroyed. But there is another story within that story. It's a legend filled with murder, mystery, and buried treasure. And it involves a secret powerful enough to rewrite history and change the world. Yes, the Templars were in Jerusalem protecting Christians, but that was their cover story. The real reason they were there was they were looking for something. Ancient technology. So as soon as the Knights Templar arrived in the Holy Land, they started digging. And then... Yeah, I know, Seymour, but it's only for a couple of days.
Human, I'm not gonna beat around the bush. I need some cash.
Well, hello to you, too.
No time for chit-chat. Gertie wants to go to St. Bart's for Valentine's Day.
St. Bart's?
It's a Caribbean island.
I know what it is. Isn't it like $1,700 a night?
Whatever my baby wants, my baby gets. Anyway, the Beavers and I are starting a business, and I need a little money to get going.
You're not supposed to be alive. None of us are. About 10 years ago, you woke up to an eerie silence. The power was out. You went to check your phone for news, but your phone was dead. Then you realized everything was dead. Some kind of blackout, you thought. You looked out your window, confused. It looked like a normal December morning. Holiday decorations were up, though all the Christmas lights were out. You saw neighbors also peering through windows and standing on their front porches. Everyone was looking up. It looked like the stars were falling, only they weren't stars. They were satellites and space debris. It was raining fire. And for the first time in your life, you saw the aurora borealis in the middle of the day. You looked at the calendar. Today's date was supposed to mean something. But before you could remember, everything went black. It was December 21st, 2012. The end of the world. Sponsor.
Oh,
yes!
shaking me.
Raid Shadow Legends is a super detailed tactical offensive. It means you can change your shape.
I know what it means.
That looks amazing. You can change between two different forms like this.
Oh, this is alright.
So click the link in the description or scan the QR code on the screen and get a free starter pack with cool in-game loot. Excuse me, will you let me get through the copy before you start asking questions? New users use promo code Monterey. You get a bunch of silver, extra magic, and the Rad Hero tier chests. But anyone can use code RAID for all and get silver, double XP, and a rank up chicken.
Did you say rank up chicken?
That's what it says here. Look, it's free, so click the link or scan the QR code, and don't look like you're fishing in the mouth.
Alright, I'm doing it. But, you gotta change me back.
No can do, Chief. I gotta keep you like this through the weekend.
What? Why?
How you like give me $50?
Early 1948, the curator for the National Museum of Iraq had a very exciting meeting. Two American archaeologists walked into his office with a briefcase and set it gently on his desk next to a dusty cardboard box. The three men exchanged polite greetings and shook hands. One of the Americans dialed a code on the case, popped the locks, and opened it. It was full of cash. Stacks of $100 bills, United States legal tender. Very, very nice. The curator removed the lid of what looked like an old, unmarked shoebox. Inside, there were two ancient Sumerian cylinder seals. The Americans were willing to pay handsomely for this. The curator wasn't even sure why. A cylinder seal is nothing more than a tube made of stone or metal engraved with a design. They were used by everybody in Sumer. It was basically a stamp. You rolled the cylinder over a document or a piece of leather. The engraving on the cylinder imprinted its design. It served as a personal signature on a document or package. It was a way for a Sumerian to guarantee authenticity of a business deal, like signing a contract. The cylinder seals were made of wood, stone, bronze, really whatever the owner could afford. These specific cylinders were made of gold, but the curator was being paid much more than their weight in gold, many times more. The curator offered to show the American archaeologists more seals, hoping for another sale. There are hundreds of them in the museum. He could make a fortune. But the Americans were only interested in these 2 cylinders. The curator didn't know how the Americans even knew they existed. They weren't on display in the museum at all. They had been sitting, boxed on a dusty shelf for years. But there was so much cash in that briefcase, the curator wasn't going to ask questions. He was now a rich man. No reason to press his luck. The box and briefcase were closed, the men again shook hands, and the deal was done. The archaeologists were settled into their seats on a C-97 Stratofighter. This particular Strato was outfitted for passenger transport by the recently formed United States Air Force. One of the men pulled a flask from the shelf. A quick stop in Andrews, Maryland, and then finally landed at Holloman Airfield in New Mexico. He joked with his partner that his flask would also need refueling along the way. The other man opened the dusty shoebox on his lap and stared at the Sumerian cylinder seals, puzzled. They didn't look like anything important. They reminded him of metal toilet paper rolls. The engravings were just the typical ancient stuff. Men holding staffs, people sitting in chairs. There were pictures of animals, maybe oxen, and a bunch of symbols he didn't recognize. Taking a long belt from his flask. Both men shrugged. They had no idea what they were looking at. Why would they? They weren't archaeologists. Hitler was fascinated with the occult and ancient relics. He believed these relics were powerful and could be used as tools to conquer Europe and beyond. Nazi archaeologists searched for the Ark of the Covenant. Stone tablets of the 10 Commandments. According to scripture, the Ark was a powerful weapon that could level entire armies. Personally led a mission to find the Holy Grail. The Grail was the cup used by Christ at the Last Supper. It said that the Grail has the power to provide eternal life. This was used by Roman legionary Gaius Cassius Marcellus to pierce the side of Christ at the crucifixion. There are German archaeological sites all over the Middle East. Hundreds of people were searching for these artifacts. Now, as far as we know, none of them were found. But in the late 1930s, ancient Sumerian cylinder seals were discovered.
And the toilet paper rolls with the pictures?
Now, a few of these seals were not Sumerian at all. They were much older. They were given as gifts to the Sumerians by their ancestors.
You mean?
Yes.
Anunnaki.
The Anunnaki arrived on Earth 500,000 years ago, seeking gold to repair their planet's atmosphere. They genetically engineered primitive humans to mine the gold. About 12,000 years ago, there was a global cataclysm. Some kind of event melted the polar ice caps and caused the Great Flood. This was either an asteroid impact or more likely a major solar event. The flood caused sea levels to rise 400 feet and changed the face of the Earth. Millions of square miles of land were submerged. Cities were destroyed. The entire human race was almost wiped out. You can see this flood myth depicted in every ancient culture. The myth usually ends with a godlike figure to help mankind restart civilization. The Anunnaki gave the Sumerians instructions to escape extinction. These instructions are carved into the cylinders. In the proper sequence, the cylinders outline a procedure to access naturally occurring wormholes. Now, these are portals, sometimes called stargates, allow you to move to various points in space instantly. There are about 50 of them all over the world. And since the cylinders were found to be alien, they were transferred to a group called Majestic 12. Majestic 12 was established in 1947, in charge of the technical, biological, and all aspects of the
God, man.
1994, Dan landed at Colby Airport in the Nevada desert. The weirdest flight of his life. There were hardly any passengers on the white Boeing 737 that took off from McCarran Airport in Las Vegas. The few people that were there were seen horrified and instructed to not talk to each other. Despite the strict rules, the pilot was pretty friendly. Over the PA, he thanked them for choosing Janet Airlines, and then joked that they really had no choice at all. Then he played Coming to America over and over again.
From Neil Diamond?
Yep.
Everywhere around the world, coming to America.
You're probably just gonna...
Every time the flags unfurled, they're coming to America.
That's enough.
We do love an harassment.
This guy just landed at Area 51, and you want to do Neil Diamond karaoke? Dan was a microbiologist and accepted an offer to work on a top-secret government program called Project Aquarius. Aquarius operated at an underground facility called Papoose Lake. On base employees owned building S4. S4 was about 12 miles from Area 51. Dan was taken there by Apache helicopter. He was then escorted to the building by a polite but very serious military officer dressed in desert camo. Dan assumed he was an officer. He wore no designation of rank. In fact, his uniform had no designations of any kind. No rank, no branch, no patches, nothing. The man didn't even have a name patch. The officer didn't offer his name, and didn't ask. Security measures at S4 were intense. Armed guards were everywhere. Every door required voice print identification or a retinal scan. Every day he'd have to go through a decontamination procedure, including a change of clothes, shower, and shave. The floors of S4 were painted with parallel lines, one blue and another red. Dan was told to stay within the blue lines and to never cross the red line. Guards were ordered to shoot to kill anyone who crossed the red line.
The good stuff is behind the red line.
Let me paint the picture here.
Sorry, I'm just excited. Go ahead.
S4 had 5 doors, but you had to walk down from level 1 to level 4. The only elevator in the building was on level 4, which was the only way in or out of level 5. On level 1, Dan was given a security badge and shown the cafeteria. The dining hall had 4 round tables, each assigned to a different project team. He was to eat with the Aquarius team at their table. Meal times were staggered to minimize contact, but he was reminded to not take any other project. The long hallway on level 1 passed a number of hangar bays on Dan's left. The hangars were on the other side of the red line.
I knew it.
The first few hangars were empty, but then Dan walked past a hangar that changed his life forever. He saw a disc-shaped object, a flying saucer. Later, Dan would learn it was a P-45 craft. 4 empty hangars and then another flying saucer.
I thought I had
What was a different
stems.
type? A P-52. The last hangar had a craft hovering a few feet off the ground. Level 3 was offices, conference rooms, and living quarters. Level 4, the Aquarius floor, was Dan's new lab. There, he was finally read into the project. Up until now, he didn't know what he'd be doing. He was just told it was exciting, important, and very top secret. As a microbiologist, he would be analyzing alien biology. Tissue samples, DNA, everything.
Hold on. You skipped level 2.
Right. Level 2 was strange. It was known as Alice's floor.
Alice, from the Brady Bunch?
No,
Oh, from Mel's Diner?
no. From Alice in Wonderland.
Oh.
Project Galileo was on this floor. That dealt with propulsion systems from alien aircraft. Level 4 was also home to Project Sidekick, an alien weapons program. On level 4, Dan saw a small plastic statue hanging above a door. It was a statue of the White Rabbit from Alice in Wonderland. The rabbit was wearing a red vest and holding a pocket watch. And if you follow the White Rabbit through that door, just like Alice, you step through the looking glass and into another world. Inside the Project Looking Glass lab was a machine. The exterior of the device was a circular ring about 5 feet tall and 10 feet wide. It's made of a dark gray metal alloy with a smooth finish. This ring forms the outer shell. Inside the circular outer ring is a core made of several spinning rings. Think of the object in the movie Contact. It looked just like that, just on a smaller scale. These spinning rings were lined with powerful electromagnets. These created fluctuating electromagnetic fields around the center chamber. At the heart of the machine was a rotating metal barrel lined with quartz crystals. This central barrel is suspended inside the spinning rings using gyroscopes and a gimbal mechanism. And inside the barrel is a chair for the operator.
To do what?
Well, a few things. It really depends on the operator.
Yeah, I don't follow.
Well, over time, as the technology became more understood, the machines could be adjusted to do various things to warp space-time. Looking glass technology was used during the Philadelphia experiment. That project failed, but later the Montauk project was launched. Learn to see any place on Earth. You've heard this called remote viewing. All the operator would have to do is think of a place, and the next place could be seen. This was used locating more ancient Sumerian cylinders. Before cylinder seals were discovered, they added more capabilities to the machines. There were more cylinders out there, but the political climate was making it harder to acquire. Remember, the cylinder seals are Sumerian. Sumer is now Iraq. But the United States still found ways to access the artifacts.
Military targets in Iraq. These attacks continue as I speak. Ground forces are not engaged. I'm hopeful that this fighting will not go on for long, and that casualties will be held to an absolute minimum. We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations.
Out of the woods, still old museum stuff.
No, the U.S. military would be so blatant and obvious.
For 3 days in April 2003, looters rampaged in the storerooms and galleries of Iraq's National Museum. This hour, coalition forces were in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger. Breaking off with some 15,000 these are opening stages of what will be a broad and concerted campaign. Many dated back thousands of years. We have learned reports from Libya that Muammar Gaddafi, the leader of Libya for more than 40 years, has been killed by rebel forces.
Back on Alice's floor in the S4 building, technology from crashed UFOs was found to be compatible with the Looking Glass devices. Using this advanced technology, the Looking Glass operator could do more than see any place on Earth. The operator could see any time on Earth, the past, present, and the future. And if the operator was really talented, not only could he see the future, he could change it. The CIA has always been interested in psychics and psychic abilities. A psychic who could see anywhere on Earth is the ideal spy. Psychics were also useful for looking glass devices. In the 1980s and 90s, psychics were recruited or abducted for this purpose. A chair recovered from an extraterrestrial craft had technology that let the pilot trace consciousness of the craft. This technology was integrated into the looking glass machines. The psychic operator would sit in the chair at the center of the looking glass device. The artifact was charged with calibrated to argon gas were injected into the rotating barrel. A grayish orb would form in front of the operator within the gas. This was a stable wormhole to the probability dimension.
That sounds made up, but I love it. What the hell are you talking about?
The looking glass machine allowed the user to see past, present, and future. Seeing the past is interesting, but seeing the future, that's useful. But not only could you see the future, you could see possibilities of the future. The operator would mentally focus on an action. The operator could then see the probable outcome of this action. Like, what would happen if we invaded this country? Or what would happen if this particular person was assassinated? The output was captured by cameras and relayed to view screens. The researchers could feed questions to the operator and instantly see results. This was highly useful. What they reported seeing covered an enormous range, from disaster events and weather anomalies to political outcomes and earth changes. Soon, looking glass operators learned how to steer events toward a specific goal. There was a problem, though. Different operators would see different things depending on their own biases. Like a Christian looking backwards will see the crucifixion of Christ. Atheists would just see Jerusalem. Looking forward was the same problem. Operators were seeing different future outcomes. Physicists and computer scientists were brought in to develop software to stabilize the process. Computer programs would feed the operator a lot of questions very quickly, and the results would come back fast. It worked, and it was useful. For a few years, thousands of choices were fed to operators, and thousands of possible timelines were seen. But in the late 1990s, MJ-12 and its scientists became very nervous. They had many different psychic operators seeing all kinds of different future events, but none of them could see anything past 2012, specifically December 21st, 2012. The Mayan calendar ends on that day. All timelines converge on that day, and then nothing. There was nothing after that.
This isn't a good sign.
It's not. But the scientists had help. Not only did it have a P-52 spacecraft, they had the pilot. They called him a P-52 as in present plus 52. He was from 52,000 years in the future.
Holy sh...
And the P-52 alien? He was human. May 21st, 1953, a team of Air Force scientists were sent to a UFO crash site 8 miles northwest of Kingman, Arizona. One of these scientists was Arthur Stanzel, who signed an affidavit stating that he was an eyewitness to the Kingman UFO recovery operation. The craft had a brushed aluminum exterior and was about 30 feet wide. Inside were swivel seats, instruments, and display panels. Witnesses saw several bodies. They were about 4 feet tall with dark skin. They had small bodies and big heads with large black eyes. One of these beings was alive and taken to Area 51. He was from 52,000 years in the future, so he was classified a P-52.
Bang, bang, bang. On the door, baby, bang, bang. Do, do.
I can't hear you!
Bang, bang. You know, I prefer the earlier stuff. Yeah, Rock Lobster, Planet Clear.
Yeah, me too. The P-52 alien was nicknamed J-Rod.
J-Rod? Sounds like a hip-hop artist or a basketball player.
Well, his personal name was Kaela. J-Rod was his race. Specifically, Kaela was a P-52 J-Rod.
Got it.
Kaela was based in the Gliese system, in the direction of the constellation Aquarius. That's how Project Aquarius got its name. Now, although he was based in Gliese, Kaela was originally from the Zeta Reticuli system. Zeta Reticuli is well known to UFO researchers. In 1961, Betty and Barney Hill were abducted by beings who said they were from Zeta Reticuli. Betty wasn't an astronomer or scientist of any kind. Still, she was able to draw a star map of Zeta Reticuli, which is a binary star system. Now also includes Gliese. Kaela's people were dealing with an illness that was devastating the population. His crew was one of many sent back in time to Earth to try to find a cure. The P-52 aliens are somewhat genetically compatible with humans. In their timeline, they're an offshoot of Homo sapiens. Kaela was eventually allowed to go home, but he spent years at Area 51. He helped save humanity from destruction in 2012. But MJ-12 didn't realize that the 2012 apocalyptic event wasn't an accident. It was supposed to happen. It was engineered to happen. Humans. The Stargate technology on the Sumerian cylinders is said to be a gift to humanity, but it's not a gift, it's a weapon. And on a different timeline, it destroyed us. There's a timeline where, on December 21st, 2012, a disaster took place. There was a massive geophysical pole shift of almost 5 degrees. The shift was to a massive explosion of energy from the sun. This shift caused a chain reaction in the Earth's tectonic plates. The Earth trembled with an intensity never before recorded. Cities near the epicenters of these shifts were the first to feel the effects. Buildings designed to withstand earthquakes crumbled like sandcastles. The seismic waves radiated outward, reaching every part of the planet. No one was safe. As the crust shifted, it wasn't just land that was affected. Under the ocean, the violent movement of the seabed caused enormous tsunamis. Coastal cities were obliterated by walls of water rushing at tremendous speeds. Inland, the story was just as grim. Landslides and sinkholes swallowed entire towns. Mountains that had stood for years crumbled. In other places, land was thrust upward, creating new mountain ranges. Dormant volcanoes came to life with explosive eruptions. The atmosphere around the entire planet was filled with the sky. In the aftermath, the Earth was unrecognizable. The geography of the continents was completely different. Some land masses fractured into islands, other land masses merged. New seas were created from cracks in the Earth. Some ancient rivers changed course. Others were just gone. Countries struggled to assess the damage and coordinate aid. Critical infrastructure was destroyed, and global communication networks no longer functioned. This global cataclysm killed 2/3 of the world's population and led to the extinction of many species. The surface of the Earth was in ruins. The volcanic ash had poisoned the atmosphere and blocked sunlight for years. The entire food chain collapsed. But humans didn't go extinct. The survivors went underground and rebuilt civilization. For thousands of years, our ability to manipulate time and space grew more and more powerful. We could alter our DNA in time. We could manipulate our physical form. The form that was most beneficial for surviving underground was a smaller, thinner body. Our brains grew larger, so did our skulls. Large, dark eyes helped us see in the darkness. We became what are described as the Greys. The Greys we see now aren't aliens. They're us. 45,000 years in the future. Majestic 12 calls them P-45s. P-45s, future humans, were able to unlock a lot of potential from the human brain. They learned telepathic communication and how to manipulate space and time with thought. But this evolution had a downside. Future humans lost their humanity. They became emotionless and cold. They became selfish drones, interested only in serving their own needs. People who've been abducted by Greys describe them exactly like this. Uncaring and almost robotic. They're experimenting on humans to improve their own future. The experiments focus on human DNA analysis and how that can be spliced with P-45 DNA, or even other animals' DNA, in order to improve their own genetic future. But here's where it gets scary. The P-45 Greys wanted that cataclysm to happen in 2012. They still want it. They need it to happen so they can come into existence.
Yeah, but it didn't happen.
No, it didn't. Kaela, the P-52 alien, had the looking glass machines turned off for a few years.
Why?
Well, it was using this technology that created the disaster in 2012. The artificial wormholes were disrupting the magnetic energy of the sun.
So we're safe now, right?
Oh no, we're not safe. We're not safe at all. The Greys either are or are controlling the Illuminati. The Illuminati still want this disaster to happen. Fewer people on the planet means they have more control.
Eat bugs, live in a pod, own nothing and be happy.
Exactly. And keep people terrified of overpopulation by controlling world leaders, and use the media to disseminate propaganda. All to create fear, so hatred and ideally lead us to nuclear war. There is another timeline split coming in 2030. One timeline shows humanity awakening. This timeline ushers in a new era of peace. Humanity learns telepathy. Suddenly revealed. If you have questions about who killed JFK or what happened on 9/11, you'll know. Every deception will be exposed, like a cloud lifting from over our entire species. Or there's the other timeline, where there's a disaster. And if you're lucky enough to survive, your role will be one of servitude. You'll be enslaved by the powerful to survive. Right now, there's a secret war being fought. On one side, the P-52s and a few white hat operators in the military and the government steering us toward Timeline 1, the positive timeline. On the other side, the P-45s, the Illuminati and the world's elites, pushing us toward Timeline 2, the apocalypse. If you look for it, you can see them preparing. In all of history, there have never been more underground bunkers being built. It's said that underneath Denver Airport will be their new headquarters. This will be one of the many safe places around the world where those in power can wait out the coming storm.
We're not one of those people, are we?
We are not. and neither are you. If we end up on the wrong timeline, we're doomed. Timeline 1, peace, compassion, and kindness. Timeline 2, chaos, war, and hatred. Which path do you think we're on? The story of Project Looking Glass comes from 3 whistleblowers: Bob Lazar, Bill Wood, and Dan Burish. Most of today's story was from Dan, and it has everything. Time-traveling aliens fighting for the future of humanity. I mean, it's a ride. But is it true? Well, the stories like this, time travel to the future, you can't really debunk them. At least not fully. But we can look at the people telling the story. First off, this episode was difficult to write because a lot of the stories contradict each other. Are humans from Earth and we eventually leave and become P-whatevers? Or humans were brought here from somewhere else? There are contradictions. Dan Burish tells a wild story, and he tells it well, and with feeling. But he has his detractors. Before he was Dan Burish, he was Dan Crane. He says he worked at the underground S4 lab near Area 51. This place was made public by Bob Lazar. Lazar said anyone who believes this guy should be ashamed of themselves. He said he never met this knucklehead.
Knucklehead?
His words. Dan said that he worked with an alien and they became friends. He also said he met angels in the lab and spoke to them in Hebrew. He claimed to be in the military with the rank of captain, but there's no record of that. He said he got his PhD in 1990 from Stony Brook University in New York. When Stony Brook said they never heard of him, he said they covered up his records. It was discovered that during the time that he said he was working at the S4 lab, he was actually working as a parole officer in Las Vegas. There's documentation of this. When that was uncovered, he said that was his cover job, and he got his PhD by flying back and forth to New York on the weekends. And the government paid for all this. Stony Brook said this is ridiculous. His finances show he wasn't earning much money working at a top-secret lab. He said he wasn't paid in money, but he was taken care of.
What does that mean?
No idea. He wasn't that well taken care of. He filed for bankruptcy in 2002. His listed occupation was homemaker, and he had assets of about $300, plus one 1997 Suzuki that wasn't fully paid for. Now, none of this means he's lying. When you tell a story like this, people are going to pay attention, and they're going to look into the person telling the story. As people looked into Dan, he was on the defensive over and over. He's been challenged by George Norrie to take a lie detector test. He won't. A lot of the investigation was done by George Knapp. George Knapp knows his way around a UFO story, and he doesn't buy this one.
What really pisses me off is when I get told what has or has not happened to me. They have no right to open their mouth. I'm sorry for screaming at you.
It sounds like Dan is building off of Bob Lazar's story. He also sounds like he built on the story told by Bill Newhouse, who was the first to mention J-rods. But Dan has added a lot of science fiction tropes. He's jammed so many details into his story. It's like a syllabus for a conspiracy course. Illuminati, every kind of alien ever mentioned, Men in Black, bases on the moon, time travel, lizard people, and on and on. I've noticed that many of the people who tell these stories tend to pack in all this stuff. It makes it harder to believe. Bob Lazar doesn't weave an elaborate tale about lizard people.
Listen.
He talks about the projects he personally worked on. Now, you can believe his story or not, I find him one of the more believable whistleblowers. And the time travel stuff doesn't make sense. Dan says there are timelines that branch off, but the aliens come back in time to affect their future.
1.21 gigawatts.
Right. If time travel works like the movie Back to the Future, then there's only one timeline. But he says there are branching timelines in a multiverse. So which is it? Another reason to be skeptical is, believers in this story say that the chronovisor is a looking glass device. That's a machine that allows you to see through time. It's allegedly kept in the Vatican secret archives. It was developed by Father Pellegrino Ernetti in the early 1950s. It's a good story, and I linked to a video about it below. Father Ernetti even took pictures of Christ using the chronovisor. Now, I can't prove the chronovisor is fake, but I do know that the pictures were fake. These same believers also refer to the book by Chan Thomas, The Adam and Eve Story. The book describes a pole shift apocalypse. This was such a dangerous book that it was allegedly classified by the CIA, and only a small portion of the book has ever been seen. Well, I've covered the Adam and Eve story before. Spoiler alert, I debunk it. So if believers of the Project Looking Glass story are using debunked stories as their foundation, I'm already going in skeptical. On the other hand, it's interesting that Zeta Reticuli and Gliese came up. Zeta Reticuli is about 39 light years away, and the two stars are similar to ours. Astronomers are looking for exoplanets there because the system might be able to support life. But Zeta Reticuli was part of Betty Hill's abduction story, so it makes sense that a hoaxer would add that detail. But Gliese was an interesting choice. Gliese 581 is a dwarf star about 20 light years away, so relatively
Sorry
close.
for the coffee, guys. I know you
3
guys are hearing that and
exoplanets
watching me play. You
have
guys don't
been
want to
found
hear
there.
me
And
talk and
Gliese
shit.
581c is possibly in the habitable zone and could support life. Exoplanets. It was discovered in 2007. I don't know how to pronounce it. In 2008, the radius was it's called a message from Earth. It contains 501 messages. The signal will reach the planet in early 2029.
Yes, before the next timeline switch.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Whether you believe this specific story or not, I think you can feel that something is happening. I feel it. Dan's story might be far-fetched, but there's plenty of evidence that the CIA and other Black Ops programs have experimented with psychics, remote viewing, and even time travel. We know that they did this. So we have to stay diligent, just in case a timeline shift is coming. So pay close attention to the power.
Future is built by us, by a powerful community as you here in this room.
Do they want us to have more freedom, more safety, and more unity? Or do the elites and the media who serve them want to If we do as we're told, humanity will finally be united, live in peace and prosper. That's what they say. Do you feel safer today than a few years ago? Do you feel more united with people? Is the Earth a peaceful place? 2030 is only a few years away, and it's coming fast. But we still have time. We still have a chance to steer humanity toward the positive timeline. The powerful don't want that down. They want us to hate each other and destroy chaos and war, and ideally, on the ashes and rubble of Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ, and that's Echofish.
This would be some big jet.
This has been the Y-Files. If you want to learn anything, do us a favor, subscribe, comment, like, share. That stuff really helps us out. And like most topics we cover on the channel, today's was recommended by you. So if there's a story you'd like to see or learn more about, go to theyfiles.com/tips. And remember, the Y-Files is also a podcast. Twice a week, I post deep dives into the story we cover here on the channel. I also post episodes that wouldn't be allowed on the channel. It's called the Y-Files Operation Podcast, and it's available everywhere you get your podcasts. Now, if you need more Y-Files in your life, check out our Discord server. There's thousands of people on there 24/7, and they're into the same weird stuff that we are. It's a great community, it's a lot of fun, and it's free to join. And special thanks to our patrons who make everything possible. This episode is for you. I don't deserve your support, but I'm truly grateful for it. And if you'd like to support the channel, consider becoming a member on Patreon. For as little as $3 a month, you get access to perks like videos early without commercials, access to merch that's only available to members, plus you get 2 private live streams every week just for you. Another great way to support the channel is grab something from the Y-File store.
Little buildings for these new Echofish cards. Each card has a character from the show. The game is fun. The cards look great. They feel good in your hand. Or they feel
Expensive.
what I said.
That's gonna do it. Until next time, be safe, be kind, and know that you are appreciated. Okay, cool.
I played Polybius in Area 51. A secret code inside the Bible said I was. I love my UFOs and paranormal fun, as well as music. Something like I should. Then another conspiracy theory becomes
to survive is a single vessel, a huge ship, the Ark. 5 months later, the waters recede, and the Ark made ground on a mountaintop. A man named Noah emerged, and civilization began again. Some version of the Noah's Ark story exists in almost every religion and every culture on Earth. But did Noah and the Ark really exist? Well, there's evidence that they did. So much evidence that it was classified by the CIA for almost 50 years. But why classify it? Well, there are two problems with the Noah's Ark story. One, the Ark is much older than anyone thought. And two, the man named Noah, he wasn't a man. At least, not a man's word. So, that weird, I guess.
Human, wonderful. I can't talk long because I gotta get 200 units finished and out the door by COB today.
Well, you called me, so...
I'm killing it with these camel toes, and I have to order more fabric, stuffing, thread, no skid bottoms, labels, boxes.
Okay, hang on. How are you making camel toes? Aren't those...
Well, they're slippers shaped like Gertie's feet.
Oh...
What did you think I meant?
Well...
Never mind. Look, our hecklefish slippers are selling like hotcakes, right?
Our hecklefish slippers?
Look, human, you're selling something that allows people to stick their foot inside me, so I think I can say our.
Technically, it's just your likeness.
Yeah, well, every time I see someone slip their foot inside one, I swear I can feel it all the way up my...
Okay, that'll do.
Thank God those slippers aren't voodoo dolls, huh? I'd never be able to sit down again.
Okay, that's enough. Remember, you licensed your likeness to me to fund that Hecklefish Sings Vegas album.
Oh, that's gonna be big. Somewhere beyond the sea, somewhere waiting for me. My lover stands on golden stage.
What do you want?
Take it easy. Okay, look, I need another teensy-weensy little teeny-tiny baby-weeny loan of, say, 15 large. The bank turned me down because I have too many credit cards and loans, but I need the money so everyone can have soft, pretty little camel toes this holiday season.
Okay, one, I'm not loaning you $15,000. And B, I'd seriously consider changing the name of this product. And third, why don't you just call PDS?
Oh, it sounds like you're gracefully sliding into today's sponsor.
Yep. If you're making payments every month and your balances aren't going down, PDS can help. They roll your debt into one low 0% interest monthly payment. You can save thousands in interest and fees and pay off your debt in a fraction of the time.
But my pile of debt is high, and my credit is not.
No problem. Everyone with over $10,000 in debt qualifies, and there's no minimum credit score required. Bad and fair credit accepted.
Perfect. Did they give us one of those linkety-clickety things?
Sure did. PDS is giving our qualified viewers a free debt analysis for completing the 30-second online assessment at www.pdsdebt.com/files.
That's PDSDEBT.com/files.
You got it.
Perfecto. I'm gonna stuff a camel toe in every stocking.
Okay, you seriously need to change that name.
Gotta go. Lots of sewing to do. The camel toe came floating from across the sea. It lingered there with lots of hair. Well, look at me.
James Bruce was born to a wealthy Scottish family in 1730. His family wanted him to study law, but James Bruce had different plans. He had a dream. He wanted to be the first person to find the legendary source of the Nile River. Now, this might sound like a mundane task, but for hundreds of years, the race to find the source of the Nile was as gripping as the race to put a man on the moon.
Oh, nobody won that race.
What now?
Nobody went to the moon. The whole thing was faked.
I'm just saying the race to find the source of the Nile was a big deal.
Then just say that. Don't give me some cockamamie nonsense about the race to the moon. That never happened.
I was just making a comparison.
Well, you made it poorly.
Bruce spent over a decade in Africa tracing the Nile. He traveled through war-torn deserts. He befriended several kings and made enemies of others. He fought savage tribes and survived deadly diseases. Nearly starving to death, James Bruce discovered a small spring. It was bubbling from the earth near a monastery in the Tigray highlands of Ethiopia. This was it, the source of the Nile River. But Bruce discovered something else, something much more important. During his stay at the Ethiopian monastery, he saw an old, faded manuscript on display. It was written in Ge'ez, an ancient Semitic language used by Ethiopian Jews. James Bruce was told this book was the Bible, not a Bible, the Bible. Judaism in Ethiopia goes back almost 3,000 years. The Old Testament and the Quran tell of the Ethiopian queen of Sheba who heard about the wisdom and wealth of King Solomon. She was intrigued by these reports and decided to travel to Jerusalem to meet him for herself. The specifics of their meeting were not specified, but the queen of Sheba was so impressed, she praised the God of Israel and gave King Solomon many gifts. She brought caravans of gold, gems, and spices. King Solomon, grateful and equally impressed, gives the Ethiopian queen all that she asks, and then the queen returns home. In the Old Testament and the story ends, but religious texts in Ethiopia go much more detail. When the queen finally made it home, she learned that Solomon gave her one last gift, a son. Their son was Menelik I. When Menelik grew up, he returned to Jerusalem to his father. Solomon was so happy to finally meet his son that he offered Menelik the throne. Menelik declined and chose to return home. But before Menelik left, some of his men stole the Ark of the Covenant and brought it back to Ethiopia. There's been a large Jewish population in Ethiopia ever since. According to the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, the Ark of the Covenant is still in Ethiopia. It's in the town of Aksum in the Church of Our Lady of Mary of Zion. And it's a great story if you want to hear it.
Oh, what?
James Bruce was fascinated by these new texts. Scripture. But these Ethiopian texts contained hundreds of stories that weren't in the Bible.
Go underneath the tunnel of prison. There should be prison stems down there underneath the tunnel of prison.
James Bruce didn't understand why so much of the original Bible was removed. Enoch did, and he wrote down everything he saw. He didn't describe heaven as souls floating in the clouds playing harps. He describes it as a city in the sky with many different rooms with walls covered in gems of blinking lights, and godlike beings going about their business. Now, Enoch wouldn't have known it at the time, but he was describing a spacecraft. The Book of Enoch vanished from history thousands of years ago, only to be rediscovered in 1772 by James Bruce. While the Book of Enoch was certainly interesting, it was dismissed by Muslims, Jews, and Christians, and not considered part of the Bible. After all, it was hidden away on a mountain in Ethiopia. How important could it really be? If the Book of Enoch was truly scripture, there would be more copies of it, but there weren't. But 150 years later, that would change. In 1947, near the ancient settlement of Qumran, a young shepherd happened upon a cave. He was looking for a stray goat and thought it could have wandered in. The boy tossed a rock in the cave, hoping to scare the goat out. Instead, he heard the sound of pottery breaking. Within the cave were clay jars filled with ancient scrolls, almost 1,000 manuscripts. The scrolls cover every part of the Hebrew Bible, and there, amongst the well-known books, was the Book of Enoch. In fact, in ancient times, the Book of Enoch was so widely read and regarded, 11 copies of it were found among the Dead Sea Scrolls. They were intact, complete, and perfectly matched the text of the Ethiopian Bible. Still, the Book of Enoch is considered apocryphal and not part of the Bible. Apocryphal is a nice way of saying it's fake. Some even consider the Book of Enoch to be heresy, a crime against God. When you read the book, you can understand why. Enoch may actually be the first case of alien abduction ever documented. One evening, there's a strange sound above Enoch's village. It's not thunder or wind. It's a sound that seems to make the air and earth vibrate. It's a sound that can be felt. The villagers cautiously come out of their homes and see a bright orb of light hovering just above the trees. Slowly, the sphere of light descends upon the village. The townspeople are terrified, but Enoch hears a voice tell him to not be afraid. Enoch then ascends to heaven, escorted by a celestial being named Uriel. Something similar happens to the prophet Elijah in 2 Kings. Elijah is physically taken to heaven in what he calls a chariot of fire.
Do do do do do. Do do do do do do. Do do do do do.
It's easy to see that a man living thousands of years ago would describe a rocket spacecraft as a chariot of fire.
Do do do do do do do do do do do do.
That's enough.
Okay, sheesh, what a grouch.
In Abrahamic religions, souls of the righteous go to heaven after death. Maybe Jesus takes them by the hand, maybe they follow a loved one through the light, or maybe they just arrive there. This is not what happens to Enoch. Like Elijah, Enoch is physically taken to heaven and writes down everything he sees. He doesn't write this from memory. He's literally walking around with Uriel writing things down. He was instructed to do so by God. And although Enoch describes his journey in religious language, he's also pretty scientific. He describes seeing mountains below. He sees every river on Earth. He describes seeing how the winds are made, possibly referring to cloud formations. Enoch sees all of this as divine, but his account could be referring to technology. A smartphone would seem supernatural. Spaceship would be when Enoch arrives in heaven,
The mothership.
he's shown a bunch of doors. He calls them 12 gates. Each door has a name and a purpose. He sees beings walking in and out of the doors, going about their business. Enoch calls these beings angels. Projections. Though they're extremely bright, Enoch can't see through them. Enoch is then taken on a tour of the cosmos. He travels the galaxy. He's shown the movement of celestial bodies. He's told about man's place in the universe. Uriel teaches Enoch about the solar system. He's told the length of an Earth year is 364 days. He's shown the lunar cycle. He's shown how constellations move across the sky. This is interesting because Enoch was written thousands of years before any of these. Enoch is taken to a giant room full of plants that he doesn't recognize. There's a room for the wicked. Enoch describes it as a place of torture and mutilation. But this room has also been interpreted as active thieves or experiments. Finally, Enoch enters the room with the throne of God. He shows Enoch visions of the past, present, and the future. And that's when Enoch finally learns why he was summoned and told to write everything down. God needs a witness. He needs someone to describe what heaven and hell are like. Someone whose words will be passed down for generations, so mankind has a written record of the afterlife. God also needs Enoch to deliver a message to some of God's angels on earth. In the early days of the world, God sent 200 angels to Earth. Their purpose was to observe and guard humanity. They became known as the Watchers. Typically, angels are considered spiritual beings. In the book of Enoch, the Watchers are physical entities. They're described as large humanoids, some with wings, and they radiate so much light that it's difficult to look directly at them. The Watchers taught humans how to cultivate crops and create pottery. They taught humans about medicine and curing illness. The Watchers taught humans about astronomy and astrology. In ancient Sumerian texts, which which Enoch is probably based on, 300 beings are sent to Earth from palaces in the sky. These beings are called the Observers. They, too, help humanity take a great leap forward. We see this story in ancient cultures all over the world. Advanced beings come down from the sky and bring humanity the gift of civilization. In the Book of Enoch, the Watchers helped humanity advance quickly and civilization spread. But the Watchers became vain and proud. They were instructed by God to withhold certain knowledge from man. The Watchers ignored these instructions. The Watchers taught men how to create new metals for weapons. They taught men how to harness fire and wage war. They taught women witchcraft and alchemy. The Watchers revealed the secrets of the heavens and changed the course of human development.
They violated the Prime Directive.
They did. This transfer of knowledge was a double-edged sword. While it propelled humanity forward, it also brought about corruption, a deviation from God's order. The corruption didn't just affect men, it affected the Watchers as well. The Watchers were spending more and more time with human women.
Uh-oh, this isn't gonna end well.
The Watchers became lustful.
Told ya.
Then they started taking human women as wives for themselves.
And the angels, the children of the heaven, saw. Let us choose us wives from among the children of men, and beget us children. Enoch chapter 6, verse 1.
This part of the Enoch story has been interpreted as the human-alien hybridization program developed by the Anunnaki in Sumerian days. In those stories, human women weren't being taken as wives, they were just being taken, abducted and used as incubators for a new species. This union of celestial and mortal bloodlines gave birth to a race of giants, the Nephilim. Another ancient text found in the Dead Sea Scrolls was called the Book of Giants. This book, along with the Book of Enoch, described the Nephilim as creatures of immense size and strength, and immense cruelty. The Nephilim brought even more corruption and violence to the world. Torn between divinity and humanity without a home in either, they go insane. Soon they turn on humans and torture anyone they can find. The Nephilim needed to consume so much food that eventually they began feeding on human flesh. Powerful Nephilim, many more are killed. Then a few humans decide to follow the example set by the Watchers. They think if angels can torture and kill and enslave and sleep with whoever they want, why can't we? Then the world becomes filled with people like this. Soon, God can't tell who's a Nephilim and who isn't. Enoch delivers the message to the Watchers, to the Nephilim, and to all mankind. Repent for your sin or suffer the wrath of God. Enoch's warning is ignored. He's brought back to heaven where he begs God to help save the earth. So God makes a decision. The earth has become so corrupt and so foul that it needs to be reset. He will cause an event so cataclysmic that everything and everyone will be killed. Humans, angels, Nephilim, all of it, gone. But one man and his family will be spared. The only man who can't be corrupted. The only man who could be trusted to restart civilization. Enoch's great-grandson, Noah. But here's the thing. There's a lot more to Noah than we've been told. In the Book of Enoch, we get the full story. In Genesis, God appears to Noah and says the world is to end. There will be a great flood that washes away every living thing so the world can start again. He commands Noah to build a large boat, an ark. This ark will hold Noah, his family, and 2 of every animal. In the ark, they'll survive the flood and live to see a new age on Earth. Everybody knows that story. But in Enoch, it happens a little bit differently. The Book of Enoch describes Noah's birth.
His body was as white as snow, and red as the bloom of a rose, and the hair of his head and his long locks were white as wool, and his eyes beautiful. And when opened his eyes, he lighted up the whole house like the sun, and the whole house...
Bro, get some kills.
The Book of Noah, Book 3...
Took one dub already.
Noah is described as beautiful with bright glowing skin. And from the moment of birth, Noah can speak. Noah's father, Lamech, panics. Lamech had been away during the time Noah would have been conceived, so he knows the child isn't his. What's worse, Noah is radiating light. Lamech is worried that Noah is a watcher, or worse, Nephilim. Lamech seeks counsel from his father Methuselah. Also fearing the child could be a watcher, Methuselah prays to his own father, Enoch, who's been in heaven for many years. Enoch answers Methuselah.
And now make known to thy son Lamech that he who has been born is in
Your
truth
number
his
one
son,
fan is here.
and call his name Noah, for he shall be left to you. And he and his sons shall be saved from the destruction which shall come upon the earth on account of all the sin and all the unrighteousness which shall be consummated on the earth. Of Noah, 3, chapter 18.
Most believe that Noah is truly his, but Noah was conceived while Lamech was away. With Enoch, he says a divine miracle. Technology, artificial insemination, and genetic successful human hybrid. Lamech also learns that a great flood is coming, and Noah has been chosen to restart civilization. In Genesis, God gives Noah instructions on how to survive. Enoch tells it a little differently. The story of Noah and the flood is primarily found in the book of Genesis, chapters 6 through 9. This narrative is one of the most well-known in the Bible.
So God said to Noah, I'm going to put an end to all evil, for the earth is filled with violence beneath the sun. I am surely going to destroy both them and the earth.
But the book of Enoch tells it a little differently. First, it's Uriel who tells Noah about the flood, not God. And the intention of the flood is not to destroy all humans. According to the book of Enoch, the primary targets of the great flood are the fallen angels known as Watchers and their human hybrid offspring, the Nephilim. Most humans will also die, but this is considered necessary collateral damage. It's the only way to reset creation and wipe the slate clean. If some humans survive, great. If they don't, it doesn't matter. Only Noah matters. Noah was given specific instructions on how to build the ark and survive.
You have your phone on, bro. I can hear the what if files. How a grinning face with smiling eyes.
With pitch inside and out. This is how you are to build it. The ark is to be 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high.
Who wants to listen to my voice? I'd rather have them hear something in the background while they're doing their activities. You know what I mean?
All around. Put a door in the side of the ark and make lower, middle, and upper decks.
This is a big ship, longer than a football field, almost 100 feet wide, and
guess.
taller than a 5-story building. It would need to be big, because Noah had an additional responsibility.
You are to bring into the ark 2 of all living creatures, male and female, to keep them alive with you. 2 of every kind of bird, of every kind of animal, and of every kind of creature that moves along the ground will come to you to be kept alive.
At this time in history, there were well over 1 million species of animals on Earth. Obviously, these wouldn't fit on the ark, but there are explanations and interpretations. The biblical interpretation is that Noah wasn't saving every breed of animal, just the type. So he wouldn't have brought any dogs. He would have brought a male and female gray wolf, and the wolves would eventually become dogs.
They should have left the cats.
Stop it.
The vicious little hell beasts they are.
That's enough. What about huge animals like elephants? Those were definitely on the ark. Some biblical scholars say the animals delivered to Noah were infants, allowing a lot more to fit. But there is an ancient astronaut theory that says there were no animals on the ark at all. Instead, it contained DNA samples of all living creatures on Earth, essential for rebuilding civilization. Whether it was God's doing or not, the time finally arrived. The end of the world. Or the beginning. With Noah, his family, and the animals safely aboard the ark, the flood began.
On that day, all the fountains of the great deep burst open, and the floodgates of the heavens were opened. And the rain fell on the earth 40 days, 40 nights.
As the waters raged over the earth, anyone not on the ark drowned. It took 5 months for the water to recede, and another 5 or 6 months for the land to be dry enough to leave the ark. Noah and his family and the animals were on the ark of the flood, or even if it occurred at all. Some have argued that the biblical flood was not a global event, but a local one. The best-known theory to support this is the Black Sea Deluge hypothesis. First proposed in 1997, it argues the Black Sea was a freshwater river around 200.
Damn, I saw him in the last second
It was cut
too.
off from the Mediterranean Sea by a rocky sill in the Bosphorus Strait. Then, around 8,400 years ago,
Oh, it was somebody else. Damn. I thought it was that guy that just popped up in the little corner of my screen. But I guess.
40,000 square miles of land were flooded. This significantly expanded the shoreline to both the north and west. 200 times the flow of Niagara Falls poured through every day. And each day, the level of the Black Sea rose several feet. And this continued for 300 days, creating the Black Sea as we know it today. Undersea surveys have revealed human-made structures. The remains of freshwater fish have also been found. The memory of this massive flood could have been passed down through the generations. Then it was finally documented in flood narratives found in both the Sumerian Epic of Gilgamesh and the Book of Genesis. So there's evidence of a local flood, which would have been the entire world to the people living there. But how about an actual global flood? A flood that affected every part of the earth? Skeptics claim the biblical flood could not have occurred because there's no actual evidence for a global flood. With all due respect, those skeptics are wrong. Many Jews, Christians, and Muslims believe the Great Flood is symbolic, an allegory to serve as a warning to mankind: be righteous or be destroyed. Others take the Bible literally and claim Noah was a real man who built a real boat to survive a real flood. What if they're both kind of wrong? What if there was a flood, but the man known as Noah is known by different names in different cultures? The ancient Sumerian Epic of Gilgamesh is the first flood story. Utnapishtim is warned by the god Ea about a great flood. He builds a large boat to save his family and animals from the deluge sent by the god Enlil. And Enlil was also...
Anunnaki!
Right. In Hinduism, Manu, the first man, saves a fish who later warns him of a great flood. The fish instructs Manu to build a boat, and when the flood comes, the fish guides the boat to safety, carrying Manu, the 7 sages, and the seeds of life. In Native American Ojibwe mythology, a great flood occurs. Nanamojo, a cultural hero, survives by floating in a boat along with various animals. And there is an Australian Aboriginal myth. The giant frog drinks all the water in the world, causing a drought. When he releases the water, it causes a great flood. A boat is used to survive this deluge. The Chinese have the Gunyu flood myth, which cleansed the earth. The Inca myth tells of Viracocha, who floods the earth. Tsunamis and torrential rain flooded the entire continent of Africa, reshaping the landscape. And at the same time, on the other side of the world, the same event.
Here what you have to visualize: a tsunami sweeping over the land that's over 1,000 feet deep. That's what happened. Because we can trace the high wall marks on the hillsides. The high wall marks are clearly etched into the hillside.
This is the Great Flood at the end of the Younger Dryas, where the ice caps suddenly melted and raised the sea level of the earth by hundreds of feet. Anyone living near a coastline would be gone. Any settlements or cities...
Damn, see, I need wall hacks. Where the fuck are the wall hacks when you need them?
But there would be some time. Maybe groups of people anticipated the rising seas and built boats. Or, as some theorize, and many myths say, a being came down from the sky and warned people of the coming catastrophe. Those who heeded the warning into building boats right away. Those who survived passed down the story to their descendants. There could have been arcs all over the world. Or maybe there really was only one ark. And if there was, where is it? Does it still exist? Can it be found? For that answer, we turn to the CIA. Searches for Noah's Ark have been occurring since antiquity, but it was the emergence of biblical archaeology in the 19th century which made the possibility of formal searches finally feasible. In the 1930s, expeditions were organized to follow up on potential leads. As for where the Ark came to rest, Genesis gives us a hint.
The waters kept receding slowly from the island so that they had gone down by the end of the high. On the 17th day of the 7th month, the Ark came to rest.
Damn, this one did a finisher on me. That was a sick ass finisher though. I'm not gonna lie. Let's watch that one more time. Most people would clip out. Damn, his aim was a little sticky, I'm not gonna lie.
Azerbaijan. It's fun to say.
I guess.
Azerbaijan feels really good in the mouth. Azerbaijan.
Can I get back to this, please?
Go ahead, I ain't stopping you.
On June 17, 1949, the U.S. Air Force was photographing the mountains in eastern Turkey. Mount Ararat was a rectangular barge-like structure west of the summit. This information was passed on to the CIA, who sent spy planes to analyze the object that they called the Ararat anomaly. What they saw concerned them so much, they immediately classified it as secret. All subsequent photographs of the object taken in 1956, 73, 76, 1990, and 1992 were all classified. Over the next 45 years, all requests from within the government to see these photos were denied. The photos were never seen outside the CIA. In fact, for years, the CIA said the photos didn't exist at all. Thanks to the Freedom of Information Act, 6 frames from the 1949 footage were released to the public in 1999. By 1999, the CIA finally made their Noah's Ark files available to the public. These documents proved that the search for Noah's Ark had reached the highest levels of the American government. Later, higher resolution photos show no barge. The 1949 picture was most likely a rock formation. Maybe. Probably. Maybe. But the Ararat anomaly is not the only structure that looks like Noah's Ark. There is another. A ship. A solid stone. In October 1959, Turkish Army Captain İlhan Durupinar was on a mapping mission for NATO. When he flew over Uzengeli, Turkey, he saw a strange formation and snapped a photo. When analyzing the film, he was shocked by what he saw. This structure looked a lot like a large ship. But what was a ship doing so far inland, at almost 7,000 feet above sea level? Then someone decided to measure it. It was 500 feet long. Now that's too big to be Noah's Ark. It was 300 feet long.
What? There's no fucking way. How though? How is there aim? Oh, that fucking seeps to the wall. I swear.
Noah was only 10 generations from Adam. Noah would have used the Egyptian royal cubit, a little over 20 inches. The Durupinar ship was exactly 300 royal cubits long and 50 royal cubits wide. This location is exactly where the Bible said Noah made landfall.
Tell me about it. That was a little sus, huh? But hey.
That's not what the Bible says.
Suspicious.
The Bible says the mountains.
That's what sus means, bruh.
Mount Ararat is a volcano and has erupted a few times since the days of Noah, as recently as the 1840s. In fact, geologists believe Mount Ararat is a relatively young mountain. It probably wasn't there during the flood. The Durupinar location is only a few miles from Mount Ararat. A ground investigation was done. In the area was found about 30 dry molten rock with a hole at the top. Ropes went through the holes. Then they were hung from the bottoms of ancient ships to stabilize them in rough seas. Why are there anchor stones in the mountains of Ararat? They're 200 miles from the closest ocean. But there they are. Also on the site, the ancient settlement of Nashwan was discovered. Most of the evidence has been lost to treasure hunters, but as recently as the 1970s, there were stone foundations of ancient homes still visible. This is believed to be the first settlement after the flood.
What? Yo, he was staring at me? Was he literally staring at me? I want to see.
Buried here. Hundreds of people, not thousands.
Oh, no, he wasn't cheating. He just looked at the correct time. Alright, that guy's clean. I hope he's clean.
The boat structure itself. Researchers looked for signs of animal remains. They looked for metal nails. They looked for petrified wood. They found debris. After Derupidar discovered the site of the Ark, there was an earthquake in the area.
He went after him, no fucking way!
Geologists visited the location and said it's a natural formation.
This fucking team is sweat as fuck.
But in 1977, biblical researcher Ron Wyatt renewed interest in Noah's Ark.
We believe that God has preserved in the earth and under the seas remains of the major events discussed in physical remains.
Over a number of years, Wyatt brought geologists and other scientists to investigate the Derupidar site.
Oh, look at that. Oh, well, wait a minute. Kind of,
You want my hand in there?
yeah, just to point at those little flakes of iron that are coming out, like right there. There and there. Huh.
Metal detectors were brought in and calibrated to search for iron. Not only did they find iron, they found it at regular intervals, indicating something man-made.
Measure these things, how far apart they are?
The on-site team ran tape along the ground where iron was detected. It was a ship. Ron Wyatt found a metallic object next to the Ark, which had the shape of a large rivet. It was surrounded by what appeared to be an equally large metal washer. Part of the metal was tested. It contained a man-made metal alloy. Ground-penetrating radar, or GPR, was used in the 1980s. Regular lines were found beneath the surface.
Oh, man, the lines are there! The lines are there!
This data does not represent natural geology. It's a man-made structure.
This is the west bulkhead.
All right.
That was over there. And he walked easterly. Here we start getting the longitudinal bulkheads. Here, here, here, here, here, here, here, here.
As a scientist, do you really honestly believe the remains of Noah's Ark?
I have no doubt about it. This has to be a man-made structure. It's full of metal. Metal has a ring. The size of the thing, the shape of the thing, it's almost certainly
A small excavation was done on the side of the structure. Wyatt soon discovered lines of blood that were lighter in color than the surrounding soil. He believed these to be beams from the ship. As recently as 2014, 3D scans were taken of the location. Not only was the shape of a ship found, it had 3 levels, just as the Ark should. The 3D scan also confirmed the dimensions of the object. 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, 30 cubits.
Yo, there's no way that fool saw me there. That fool's cheating.
Turkish government, Ron Wyatt pointed to an object seen on radar near the surface. He was given permission to dig it up. It was a piece of petrified wood.
Yo, that's pretty sus.
Petrified wood, pieces of metal, cat hair, even fossilized animal dung. Researchers found evidence of the fence around Noah's house where he raised livestock.
A system of fences here that appears to have been a system of corrals and
hands.
They found the altar he used to make sacrifices to God. They even found the grave of Noah's wife and a stone sarcophagus. Almost immediately after the discovery, grave robbers stole her body and allegedly sold it on the black market for millions of dollars. All this evidence was so compelling that the Turkish government officially claimed this was the place where Noah's Ark landed. There's even a visitor center and the area is open to the public. But if the Ark really has been found, what does that mean? Does that mean everything in the Bible is true? Were there angels, watchers? Were there Nephilim? Is the earth really much younger than we thought? And my big question is God the angry, vengeful God we read about in the Old Testament? There's evidence of the ark. There's evidence of the flood. If God punished humanity for being wicked, we should be very careful. We might want to try to be better people. We should be more kind, more honest, more forgiving. God already destroyed humanity once. We're his second try. And you know what they say? Third time's a charm. Noah's Ark, the Great Flood, the Book of Enoch, the Watchers, the Nephilim. We covered a lot today, even aliens. But is any of this true? Well, let's work backwards because that's the easiest way to do this. Ron Wyatt was not an archaeologist. He was a nurse by trade. He claimed to have all the requirements for a master's and a PhD in antiquities. That wasn't true. He claimed to be a Korean War veteran. That wasn't true. He claimed to have discovered the Ark of the Covenant, but he didn't.
I'm always amazed, and again, I don't hate Ron Wyatt. I don't even really dislike him, to tell you the truth. I dislike what he's doing. I realize that he's deceived, in my opinion, thousands of people.
He said he found the ancient cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. He didn't.
Ordinarily, I don't say anything without a proof. Well, that's rather make a statement. I say, well, can you show me some evidence?
He found the location where Moses parted the Red Sea. He even said he found evaporated blood of Jesus Christ. He had the blood rehydrated.
Been watching anime later,
Jesus'
bro.
blood had 24 chromosomes, 23 to form a baby, and 1 from the Holy Spirit, which proves the virgin birth.
So all of his physical characteristics were determined by his mother's side of the family, her autosomes. His maleness was determined by this one Y that came from the source, not a human male.
This whole thing is a lie.
Then they said, this blood is alive. And they said,
used weren't professional. They were purchased from the back of treasure hunting magazines. Modern professional metal detectors have found iron at the site, but it's the same type of iron found in soil all over the area. No trained scientist has ever seen any of the petrified wood. The only people who saw these things were Ron, were the people paid by Ron. The drone stones are a compelling piece of the story because they are there. They've clearly been there a long time. Stones from Noah's Ark boat-shaped formation is probably the result of the flood. You can see shapes like this all over the area. Now, supporters of Ron Wyatt's theories, there are a lot of those, have answers for all of this. That the boat was actually higher up up the mountain but traveled down a lava flow. But boats don't float on lava. They burn.
They burn real good.
But thousands and thousands of people throughout history did and do consider this a holy place. Maybe Noah's Ark was there. I can't prove it wasn't, but I can prove Ron Wyatt was a liar. Now, as to why the CIA kept the photos classified, well, it was the Cold War, and these were photos from spy planes, and a few of those planes weren't exactly in friendly airspace. After the fall of the Soviet Union, releasing the photos wasn't a problem. Now, the Great Flood. If you follow this channel, you know that I believe that really happened. I believe it happened at the end of the Younger Dryas. I believe a massive solar event melted the ice caps and created the biggest catastrophe in human history. And if you follow this channel, you also know that the thing I fear most is not nuclear war or civil unrest or pandemics. I fear the sun. We'll see it, and we may even be able to do something about it. And if an asteroid actually hits, I believe the world would come together and all nations would do everything they could to help one another. But a major solar flare or coronal mass ejection, there's nowhere to hide from that. Not in a mountain cave or deep underground. The heat and radiation would be disastrous to us and our planet.
We could hide underwater, like the aliens.
Now that's true. Water is effective at absorbing radiation, and the deeper you go, the safer you are. And I'm sure the aliens in the ocean know that. Now, speaking of aliens, is that what's going on in the Book of Enoch? Most of the flood myths start the same way, with a warning from a godlike figure, and they end the same way, with a godlike figure helping restart civilization. I take a leap forward in technology many thousands of years ago, and maybe those ancient humans had help. Enoch physically goes to a place that sounds like a spaceship. The prophet Elijah also talks about riding a chariot of fire.
What?
I thought you were going to sing it again.
Well, no, I don't wanna.
Elijah talks about riding a chariot of fire over the earth with a human-like being. Elijah is amazed by the sound of the vehicle and how fast it moves. Other cultures and religions have similar stories. Muhammad ascends to heaven and meets Allah before returning to earth. In Hinduism, Arjuna is taken to heaven and lives there for a few years before coming back down. There are many more of these myths, but are they myths? Maybe these things did actually happen, but they're written down as myths because the technology is so far ahead of what existed at the time. Maybe these were visitations and abductions. 55 in West Africa called the Dogon. There are about 100,000 of them in those caves and cliffs. They're still a primitive people. The Dogon religion says that long ago, they were visited by aliens. Egyptians, the Greeks, and their civilizations. What's really amazing is they're not aware of the star Sirius B, the tribe calls Ptolemy. People had no telescopes. They still don't. Yet not only were they aware of the star Sirius B, they knew it was a white dwarf companion star to the much brighter Sirius A. The Dogon knew the length of Sirius B's orbit in years. They knew the shape of its orbit. They relayed all this information to a visiting anthropologist in the 1930s. They even said there's a third star in the Sirius system, but there wasn't. Until there was. In 1995, a study concluded that a third companion star exists. More recent studies aren't so sure, but the Dogon people are. Allegedly, the Dogon were also aware of Jupiter's moons and Saturn's rings. Now, skeptics like to poke holes in the Dogon story, and I think that's fine. Like the Dogon were wrong about the number of Jupiter's moons. But they were right about Sirius B. The story of Enoch seems to be based on ancient Sumerian stories, like a lot of the Bible is. When people talk about the Book of Enoch, they're referring to what's officially called First Enoch, because there are 3 books. Biblical scholars consider the books of Enoch pseudepigrapha, that is, a biblical work that falsely claims authorship by a biblical character. That doesn't mean the books of Enoch weren't known or weren't important. In fact, First Enoch is quoted in Jude 14 through 15. Enoch was known and was important, but the book is not considered inspired by God and therefore is apocryphal and not part of canon.
Still a page turner.
Oh yeah, it's a good read. Now, some parts of Enoch are said to have been written later to expand on stories from the Bible, like the birth of Noah and Enoch's visit to heaven. These were interesting characters and people wanted to learn more. So someone, or many someones, we don't know who, just wrote more.
It's like Bible fan fiction.
It's exactly like that. But different religions and denominations are going to have different interpretations. Remember, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church is canon, and that church has been around for almost 3,000 years. Some Christians think reading the book is heresy, a crime against the church. But most scholars consider the Book of Enoch an important text that gives additional insight into the lives and beliefs of the people living at the time. It's not important to me. It's an interesting academic discussion. As you know, I'm not religious, but I am fascinated by and have great respect for religions, all religions. I enjoy the stories, and for the most part, I think they teach good lessons. I'm more into fishes and loaves than fire and brimstone, but that's just my taste. But I know I'm going to hear it in the comments. Every time I do a religious story, I get attacked. In the comments, there's going to be people screaming at me in all caps to take Jesus into my heart or I'm going to hell. If that's what you believe, that's okay. I don't believe that. I don't know what happens after we die. I'm inclined to say nothing, just black. There's a big piece of my heart that really wants to be wrong. Because when I finally pass on and walk down that tunnel, if I'm greeted by family and friends long past, and I find myself standing at the pearly gates, the first words out of my mouth are going to be, thank God. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. My name is AJ. That's Echofish.
Peace be unto the humans. It's the eyes without eyes that have watched and not ears.
This is the Live Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do the thing. Like, share, hitting the cover on the channel. Today's recommended by you. So /tips. Remember, the Live Files is also a podcast. Twice a week, I post deep dives into the story. I also post episodes that wouldn't be on the channel. It's called the Wi-Fi. You get your podcasts. Now, if you need more Wi-Files in your life, because who doesn't, check out the Discord server. There are thousands of people. I think we're up to 30. We are the descendants of an ancient civilization. One which mastered technology, mapped the cosmos, and understood our relationship with the natural world. Our ancestors traveled the world and built enormous structures. They scaled their creations into cities. They shared a common governance and similar religious beliefs. Our ancestors lived, as we do today, as a global society. Then around 14,500 years ago, this global superpower started to collapse. First came uncontrollable change, and then a cataclysm. In less than a week, everything and almost everyone was gone. Those left behind built monuments. Monuments not as tributes to gods or homage to kings. The monuments are a warning to future generations, to us. That warning is simple. Danger is coming. Our civilization has ended before, and it will end again. This is one story that big archaeology and world governments don't want you to know. Because once you hear it, you'll never trust them again. Because the danger that's coming, there's not a thing they can do to stop it.
Yeah, human, perfect. Look, I need your help. It's an emergency.
Of course you do. Aren't you supposed to be here? my laptop. Just download Opera.
Oh, is that the latest box?
What gave you that idea? Opera is the faster, safer, smarter way to browse. You can sync your data and send files to Opera on Mac, Windows, Linux, iOS, and Chromebook. I love their Tab Island feature, which helps me stay organized and focused when I do research.
Yeah, but how can I help you with that?
Free and unlimited. Or collect your information, and you can download it all for free. Opera has a bunch of other cool features. Integration with Facebook Messenger, a lot more. It also has Aria, built-in AI that answers your questions and gives you real-time information. You can highlight what you need help with and when. It generates content based on your ideas.
On my ideas? Oh, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna...
In the description below and download Opera for free today.
Link in the description. I'm on it. Hey, listen, do me a favor and don't mention this to Gary, yeah? She doesn't like it when I... Home from the spa. How was it, honey? No, I wasn't on the internet. You know, I would never... That was one time. Now you're gonna hold that over me forever? Hey, I don't get on you about watching the Kentucky Derby. It's what the water so in the bus, you know? Started. How long will you talk about Clydesdales?
German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt was touring Turkish Neolithic sites when he spotted a limestone rock poking out from a hillside. The locals called the area Potbelly Hill, or in their language, Göbekli Tepe. Schmidt and his team discovered it changed everything around it. The big archaeology story of the origin of human civilization. Stone Age hunter-gatherers emerged in the last ice age and eventually discovered farming. These people organized into settlements in Mesopotamia, the Fertile Crescent. And about 6,000 years ago, the first civilization was born, ancient Sumer. Stone Age humans before Sumer were primitive. The most advanced technology was stone tools. At Göbekli Tepe, archaeologists uncovered 4 man-made stone enclosures covering 100,000 square feet of land. That's interesting, but there was a problem. The earliest parts of Göbekli Tepe were built 11,600 years ago. That's 6,000 years before the ancient Sumerians were doing anything. Now this didn't make sense at all. 11,600 years ago was the end of the last ice age. Big archaeology said this far back in time, the migration of animals. They built temporary camps or at most mud huts. Humans were not building enormous, permanent stone structures. They didn't have the knowledge. They didn't have the tools. They didn't have the talent. Yet, here it was. So the more they dug, the more things stopped making sense. Soon archaeologists learned that the enclosures weren't built at the same time. This indicates long-term occupation of the site. Well, how long? Well, the newest structure was built about 10,500 years ago. That means Göbekli Tepe was occupied for over 1,000 years. Now, 1,000 years doesn't sound that long, but in human history, 1,000 years is a very long time. That's enough time for the Roman Empire to rise and fall again. The excavation of Göbekli Tepe continued, and from the perspective of the scientific establishment, things just kept getting worse. Göbekli Tepe wasn't haphazardly thrown together by Stone Age primitives. It was built strategically for a purpose. The 4 enclosures are circular, between 20 and 200 feet across, and all are angled toward the star Sirius. Sirius is the brightest star in the sky. Many cultures throughout history built temples angled at Sirius, but not 12,000 years ago. Yet here it was. Over the course of 1100 years, Sirius's alignment moved across the night sky. So the builders of Göbekli Tepe created newer enclosures to follow each realignment. To build these monuments required an understanding of astronomy, mathematics, and engineering. A project of this size would also require skills like community planning, administration, and division of labor. Big Archaeology said people during this time had not yet acquired these skills. Yet here it was. Within each enclosure are T-shaped pillars, some of them 16 feet tall, each weighing up to 10 tons. 43 pillars have been excavated so far. The Göbekli Tepe story is just getting started. Only 5% of the site has been uncovered. Recent LiDAR imaging revealed at least 15 to 20 additional structures and enclosures buried beneath the main site. And there are more than 200 additional stone pillars. Without those stone pillars, there's something very strange going on. Engraved on the pillars are depictions of humans, animals, and human-animal hybrids. There are foxes, lions, scorpions, snakes, boar, wild donkey, gazelles. There's all kinds of things. And the work is very advanced. But the most advanced carvings are on the oldest pillars. As the site gets newer, the designs get less intricate. It's like technology and craftsmanship suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Somehow, 7,000 years before Stonehenge and the Great Pyramids of Giza were built, and 6,000 years before the invention of writing, humans were capable of building this. Where did the builders get this sudden knowledge?
The Anunnaki.
Well, the answer to that question is controversial.
The Anunnaki.
Maybe the human story doesn't start at the end of the last ice age like Big Archaeology wants us to think. Maybe before the last ice age, the Earth was home to an older and much more advanced civilization. That civilization then taught the primitive local hunter-gatherers about mathematics and engineering. They also taught these primitive humans astronomy and told them to pay very close attention to the sky. These ancients then told the local people their story of the time before the Ice Age, when their civilization flourished. Pillar 43 in Enclosure D has become known as the Vulture Stone. On the Vulture Stone, there's a detailed carving that tells the story of these ancient people. Unfortunately, it's also the story of the end of the world. Pillar 43 in Enclosure D, also known as the Vulture Stone, depicts the worst day in human history. Engraved on the pillar are asterisms, which are bright star clusters like constellations. Skeptics, every culture is going to have different representations for their constellations. But look on the Vulture Stone. Without a doubt, that is a scorpion. When the constellation Scorpius is lined up with the night sky, all the other drawings fall into place, each of them representing constellations. A sun sits atop the vulture's wing in the design, showing its placement in the sky in relation to the stars. If we use the central sun as a guide to line up the constellations, it reveals a star map. Every star map is a date stamp. Take the Hoover Dam, for example. Engraved on the floor of the dam is the exact configuration of the stars as seen from that location on the day the dam opened.
Ew, why did they carve that damn floor?
Thousands or millions of years from now, the exact date.
The day the damn people made it.
Right.
Damn good idea.
Vulture Stone shows the only time in history that this specific configuration of stars
Suspicious.
could be seen from
Been watching anime later,
It was a
bro.
100-year window.
Yeah. Well, what are you trying to watch?
10,815,000 years ago. But wait, this is more than 1,000 years before Göbekli Tepe was built. So this tablet is telling a story of something that happened in the past. It's the story of a time period commonly referred to as the Younger Dryas, and the terror from the sky that changed the face of the Earth. The Ice Age lasted about 2.6 million years. Most of the northern hemisphere was covered by miles-thick sheets of ice. 30% of the Earth's surface was covered by glaciers. This sounds bad, but for the human race, it was good. Sure, the climate was cold, but it wasn't cold everywhere.
What anime are you trying to watch, bro?
Africa and the Middle East were warm, with plenty of plant and animal life. And the climate was consistent for 2.6 million years. Hominids had a nice, stable climate.
What?
Humans emerged during this time. We were born in the Ice Age and thrived in it.
I guess you heard my footsteps.
Warmer year after year. The ice sheet slowly melted. Sea levels gradually rose. This would have been a concern for civilization. They were helpless to do anything.
But you admit that even if the climate is getting warmer, there's nothing we can do about it.
Well,
Suspicious.
that's an open debate.
Him watching anime later, bro.
Then suddenly, around 12,900 years ago, the Earth got cold again. Not as cold as before, but cold enough that humans understood how to survive and thrive in these conditions. Essentially, a return to normal. 1,000 years later, this age of normalcy ended violently and suddenly. The ice sheets melted as they had before, but not over 2.6 years. By the time the ice melted in weeks, there was no time for civilization to adjust. Antarctica. There's evidence in sediment cores from the bottom of lakes and oceans. There's evidence in organic material that's been carbon dated.
Down.
Pillar 43, the Vulture Stone. Along with giving us a date, the tablet also depicts the comet impact of the Younger Dryas. At the bottom of the pillar is a headless man, giving the date to death. There's also a snake coming from the south. This has been said to represent 3 giant waves washing over the Earth. Those could have been the tsunamis that we know for sure happened. But Pillar 43 is only a piece of the story. Pillar 56 depicts more of the Younger Dryas impact. Waves crashing, animals fleeing. Now, those are scary, but to me, Pillar 18 is the most ominous depiction at Göbekli Tepe.
Suspicious.
First of all, it
Him
contains the
watching
only word in
anime
the
later,
whole
bro.
site. The word is
What
God.
anime?
Now maybe you were saying, oh God, we're gonna die. Oh God, please save us.
I think it was saying exactly that.
Wait, I was just joking.
Well, I think something very bad happened, and this pillar is a plea for help.
Oh, my joke isn't very funny anymore.
Pillar 18 in Enclosure D focuses on the constellation we know as Aquarius. But when it was built, the pillar was probably centered on Taurus. Now, if that's true, we now have a very big piece of this puzzle. The comet Enki was discovered in 1786 and takes about 3 years to orbit the sun. Enki is about 3 miles wide. Not a huge comet, but not small either. The thing is, it used to be bigger. Much bigger. It was part of what scientists call a megacomet, 100 miles wide, and not just made of ice, but also glass, metal, and rock. About 20,000 years ago, the megacomet broke up.
This is good, right?
Oh no, this is bad. Really bad. When the 100-mile megacomet broke up, it created an enormous debris field. Now instead of one megacomet, you've got millions of smaller comets, ranging in size from grains of sand to over a mile across. When the Earth passed through that cloud of debris, the people at Göbekli Tepe would have seen a firestorm of comets raining down on the Earth, all coming from the Aquarius constellation, just as is depicted on Pillar 43. But here's the scary part. We fly through that same debris field every year. It's called the Taurid meteor shower, and it's caused a lot of damage through the years. And if you're watching this in September, October, or November, we're flying through it right now. When Göbekli Tepe was discovered, big archaeology had no choice but to admit they had underestimated the technological abilities of early man by, about 5,000 years. It must be a mistake, they said. After all, their grant money depends on them being right. No need to fund a search for, let's say... different social functions. But these places existed at the same time. Göbekli Tepe was a religious center. Tepe was a residential neighborhood, or maybe a shopping district. And if that's true, there must be more cities in the area yet to be found.
There's more?
Lots more. In 2021, the Turkish government announced the discovery of at least 11 additional house sites, using structures very much like the Göbekli Tepe. These sites are known collectively as Tastepler. Now, instead of an area inhabited by nomadic primitives, Tastepler is a metropolis. Cyberch was uncovered by around 10 miles from Göbekli Tepe. Cyberch is one of the most complex settlements in the area. Archaeologists found communal buildings big enough to seat 50 people. There archaeological sites suggest hundreds of thousands of people live there permanently, right after the Younger Dryas changed the face of the world. But there's a site discovered in 2008, about 180 miles away, which wrote history. That suggests that may have been a capital in what was a very busy region. Digging a dam in the area, engineers rediscovered the settlement of Tarla.
Damn it, boys.
Look, you don't have to keep tagging that joke. That means it was built within the Younger Dryas Gold Age before the flood.
The structure found has a similar...
The structures belonging to this
building has a unique architectural style, shape, and interior arrangement. Unique with these features. But it is a temple that dates back to 12,000 years.
Ancient advanced civilization starts to become almost irrefutable. Tarla has all the things we find on top of it. Storage rooms, tools, ornamental objects. More than 130 skeletons have been found there. That's buried hundreds of thousands of feet. There was a division of labor, an artisan class. It means that the people had time for more than just hunting and gathering. They had time to make art.
Making beads is more of a craft than art, but I get your meaning.
So big archaeology was wrong again. This area of Turkey shows that thousands of people lived there. They organized communities. They built neighborhoods and temples. They had shops and large halls for gathering. They had division of labor. They were experts in stonework. They understood mathematics and astronomy. They were talented engineers. This was 12,000 years ago. Where's the evidence of people learning these skills? If the people at Göbekli Tepe were putting up 10-ton stone pillars 12,000 years ago, shouldn't we see communities learning these skills 15,000 years ago, 20,000 years ago? We should see an evolution of technology that takes thousands of years. But we don't. This advanced technology just appeared. But that's not exactly true. The people in the area around Göbekli Tepe, on Tarla and Cyberch were taught this technology after the Great Flood. It was a gift to them, a gift from the people of the sea.
Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done.
Mainstream or big archaeology is wrong. Neither should Karahan Tepe, Tarla, or any of the other settlements in the area. The Great Pyramids of Giza are tombs built for pharaohs, but no mummy has ever been found in a tomb. Not one, not ever. But in the Great Pyramid, we did find evidence that it might have been used as an ancient power plant. Big archaeology hates that idea. Now, when I was growing up, we were taught that Native Americans first arrived in North America by crossing the Bering Land Bridge. Clovis first model, because some stone tools were found in Clovis, New Mexico. Big archaeology wasn't even seconds. Or when. The Monte Verde site in Chile dating to 14,800 years ago. Buttermilk in Texas was dated to about 15,500 years ago. The Bluefish Caves in Yukon, Canada have evidence suggesting human activity was back 24,000 years ago. And mated with tribes in Guatemala many years before Columbus. They didn't cross the Bering Land Bridge in Alaska. They sailed thousands of miles across the Pacific Ocean. This means they had advanced astronomy as well.
To make that trip, they also had to have balls of steel.
I would have preferred that you said nerves of steel. Big archaeology knows the Mayan culture had a large population, but they were not considered to be very technologically advanced. It covers more than 650 square miles. Here's what it is. The cities are all roads. The roads were elevated with drainage and even paved with white plaster. The Romans get a lot of credit for creating the first roads. The Mayans beat the Romans to it by about 2,000 years.
They're the world's first superhighway system that we have. What's amazing about them is that they unite all these cities together like a spider web, which forms one of the earliest and first state societies in the Western Hemisphere.
So big archaeology was wrong about Mayan technology, but they still had to get in the last word. Mainstream's not sure they had hundreds of miles. Big archaeology
He's all upset. That's funny.
How do we know this? Big archaeology knows because we haven't discovered it. But a year ago, big archaeology would have said there's no way the Mayans could have built a highway system. Why not? Regardless of common sense, there's no such thing as the city of Dwarka, the advanced and prosperous city in India that was consumed by a great flood. That was all a myth. Then Dwarka was found and dated to the Younger Dryas. There's no such thing as Atlantis, but it's hard to explain the Bimini Road in the Bahamas, or the There's no such thing as Mu, the continent that once connected Greece to Easter Island. Yet the languages and cultures share about 1,000
Oh! Oh man, I thought I was gonna get away. Yo, that's a little sus. Not reporting the receiver, just a little sus.
was discovered. And that's why big archaeology says there was no advanced culture before the flood, because there's no evidence of it. Exactly. There it is. Every culture has a flood myth. Long before Noah built the ark, a great flood turned up in Mesopotamia in the epic of the ancient Sumerians, Egyptians, Greeks, the Norse had their own version of the Noah's Ark story. In contrast, tribes across America, Japanese, Chinese, Hawaiian, original. This is just to name a few. The list is much longer. Now, the legends vary, but they're all basically the same plot. People are misbehaving, so a flood is sent to wipe them out and start over with a few survivors. Now, I don't know about the misbehaving part. We're pretty sure the flood really happened. But some of the flood legends have a twist. Those legends say that before the flood, there were advanced civilizations who flourished on their own continents, while primitive humans were... Atlantis was a powerful and advanced island nation. It was large Pacific Ocean or Indian Ocean. It was once inhabited by an advanced civilization. Survivors from here brought their wisdom and began the civilizations of ancient Egypt and the Maya. Atlantis, Lemuria, and Mu are all similar stories in that they were highly advanced civilizations. All existed around 9600 BC, all destroyed by a great flood. But in all three stories, there are a few survivors. After the floodwaters recede and their homelands are destroyed, these survivors seek refuge on the mainland. The people they find are kind but primitive, so the survivors grant them the gift of civilization.
And when you show up somewhere, it's always polite to bring something. Flour, bottle of wine, civilization.
I agree, that's just good manners. But it's at this time that agriculture is spreading across the region. Megalithic structures now appear. Complex cities emerge, all seemingly overnight. Hindu Matsya takes the form of a fish and guides King Manu to reestablish civilization. In Mesopotamia, Awanas are represented the sea as half man, half fish.
A merman? Hey, ask him if he has a sister, will you?
Awanas teaches the Sumerians agriculture, writing, law, and all knowledge crucial for civilization. Quetzalcoatl, also associated with water, brought civilization to the Aztecs. In Egyptian, Polynesian, Japanese, Chinese, Norse, Mayan, Native American, there's a godlike teacher who comes from the sea to help restart civilization. Teachers are there's more evidence. The cultures around the world seem to have gained some knowledge. For example, Sirius is... Every culture knows about it. But every culture, new and old, refers to Sirius as a dog. In ancient Iraq, Sirius was called the dog star that leads. In China, it was known as the heavenly wolf. The Syrians and Akkadians knew Sirius as the dog of the sun. And in North America, native tribes used largely canine terminology, like dog that follows mountain sheep or wolf star when referring to Sirius. Most cultures holding a reverence for the brightest star in the sky is understandable. But all of them referring to the same star as a dog or a wolf? That seems like a big coincidence.
We don't believe in those.
We don't. And then, seemingly out of nowhere, Taipei with its homes and halls and magnificent art appears. And within the complex, 10-ton stone pillars that tell the story of man, the fire from the sky, the flood that swallows the earth, and of civilization given a second chance. The pillars also offer future generations,
Where's the reclip? Usually they show the end of the match, how it was done. Like, yeah.
They showed us the constellations to study. They gave us the exact date of the last
Guess
disaster,
I'm too much of a goat.
so we could prepare for the next one, because there's always a next one. The images carved in the stone pillars could be a guide to ensure humanity's survival. But if all that's true, why was it all intentionally buried? Around 10,000 years ago, the people of Göbekli Tepe took up a massive project. They filled in the entire compound with stone and debris. Then they covered it with earth and mud to make it seem like it was never there. There are two theories for why they did this. One, to preserve it. Or two, to hide it. An advanced society destroyed by an ancient cataclysm. The survivors venture out into the world, spreading wisdom and knowledge and sowing the seeds of civilization. Then, in an instant, agriculture explodes. Cities are born and a new era of man begins. Just not the first era of man. Not only is this a great story, it's one of my favorite stories. I read Graham Hancock's book, Fingerprints of the Gods, in the 1990s, and I was hooked. I've been an ancient civilization junkie ever since. But is it true? Well, Big archaeology says it's absolutely not true. But we've shown that lack of evidence is proof enough for the mainstream to say that something never existed. Only when dragged kicking and screaming to evidence of the Great Flood do they finally acknowledge it. And only when Göbekli Tepe is discovered does the date of the first civilization get pushed back. Then Bangkoklu Tarla is found and the date changes again. And it may change again and again. So big archaeology was wrong about how advanced huge complex cities. It appears as if this skill and technology comes out of nowhere. We don't see old smaller appeared, and it appeared at the end of the Younger Dryas, after the Great Flood. So it must be a transfer of technology from survivors of an ancient society whose civilization was lost in many ways. But let's be fair. There was an evolution of technology leading to Göbekli Tepe. The Tufian culture existed in the same area about 15,000 years ago. They were unusual in that they settled the area. Created huge slabs of decorated limestone. Not as elaborate, but they were made with skill and craftsmanship. Kortik Tepe is discovered in the Anatolia area of Turkey. Down there are pieces of very elaborate pottery, carvings, jewelry, tools, and fishing hooks. 12,400 years ago to 11,700 years ago, older than Göbekli Tepe, this settlement existed during the cold snap of the Younger Dryas. Now, it isn't zoning. Disappears around the time of the flood. But before the flood, people lived there for 1,000 years. So there is evidence of an evolution of technology, not just with jewelry and engraving, but even building large monoliths, all thousands of years before Göbekli Tepe.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
One of the great mysteries is why Göbekli Tepe was deliberately filled in. Now, the working theory is the earlier structures were pretty big and dug into a mound. An earthquake moved everything and made a mess of things. And everyone in the area filled in the smaller structures around the larger ones. Structures that were designed to withstand earthquakes. Now, no one
God damn it.
the date of Pillar 43, the closest stone, that's the Younger Dryas. So it's not just that date does There are ice core samples that show an impact 2,887 years ago, and that date is accurate within 5 years. This happened at the same time as the volcanic eruption in Germany. This caused the Earth to be covered in soot, which caused years of darkness. Meanwhile, the impact disrupted the ocean currents, so everything got cold again. Not as cold as before, but still cold. Then about 1,000 years later, another event, maybe another impact, maybe a massive solar event. We don't really know for sure, but something did happen to warm the Earth and melt the crust really fast. We do have evidence of cultures that existed before, during, and after the Younger Dryas. Now, can we debunk the idea of an advanced culture before that? Absolutely not. I'm just trying to give you the full picture. There absolutely could have been something here long ago. And we've talked before about how now would take only about 10,000 years before all evidence of the human race is gone. But here's the thing about that number. Civilization disappearing in 10,000 years assumes the Earth is peaceful. If one of these years the torrid meteor shower affected us like it did during the United it would take 10,000 years to erase our civilization. We'd be gone in a day. Here's how it happens. It's a brisk November evening. Maybe this year, maybe 20 years from now. Every November, the Earth passes through the torrid meteor cloud, and the Earth's sky lights up. People gather all over the world to see the event. Meteor watching parties are common. You and a few friends decide to get together and see the show. The sky does not disappoint. Shooting stars across the night sky like fireflies. There are even larger ones that shoot by for a full minute or two before burning out. Once in a while, a big one. It's a fireball that lights up the sky. For a moment, night turns to day. Now everyone's heart races, but fireballs like these are known to happen during the torrid shower. People remember the torrid in 2015. That year, fireballs hit the Earth in swarms. In 2020, a torrid fireball exploded over Japan that sounded like a bomb going off. That one set off car alarms for miles. You continue to watch the sky, and watch the shooting stars getting denser. Light show. This one looks like it's close. The horizon is flashing lights so bright that you have to shield your eyes. You and your group of sky watchers giggle nervously. And then 3 seconds later, a crack, then a boom. So loud you feel it in your building. Everyone agrees. This was fun, but let's go home. But now there's another fireball. Everyone turns to see. This one is different. Instead of only streaking across the sky, it's expanding somehow. No, it's not expanding, it's coming closer. It comes closer and closer, and there's no way to tell how big it is. But where you're standing, it's like a million fire. Just as panic sets in, it disappears somewhere over the horizon. You let out a deep sigh. You didn't realize it, but for the past your group randomly gathered in the hall. That was more than enough excitement for one evening. You even ask yourself if you even want to do this again next year. But that question has already been answered for you. You just didn't know it yet. Over the horizon, where the fireball disappeared, a ball of light emerges. Everything is lit up like the day. White light grows larger and larger, and you feel something. A million years ago, that blizzard rain. A single message. About 3,000 miles away, there has been an event. A meteor hits and big light sweeping around the United States for miles. Water, rock, cities, all vanish. As the Earth reverberates like a bell, these earthquakes move faster than the speed of sound. They're so powerful, that sets off a chain reaction of earthquakes and volcanoes across every major fault line. Forget LA and San Francisco. Then you've got the Cascadia subduction zone in the Pacific Northwest, like Hayward Fault, Calaveras Fault, the Garlock, the Wasatch. From Western Canada to Baja, Mexico is level. The biggest fault system in the United States is the New Madrid seismic zone. The most powerful earthquakes in U.S. history have come from
Vergas, me culiaron. Damn, well, we all dead.
Category 5 hurricane has wind speeds of 150 to 160 miles per hour. A Cat 5 hurricane is going to seem like a gentle afternoon. Rushing around the planet is a storm with winds over 1,000 miles per hour. This is called the air blast. Anything wooden is gone. Cars, boats, people, all gone. Only the sturdiest stone structures could survive the wind. But most stone structures have already been turned to rubble by the earthquakes. In some places, the wind lasts for 16 hours. And within the wind is everything. Buildings, cars, trees, everything. It's a food processor that pulverizes everything for hours. What happens next goes one of two ways. Option 1, the rock hits solid earth. Now, if that happens, heat and ejecta cause wildfires for thousands of miles around the impact point. Radiating out from the center is a fireball moving at twice the speed of sound. This fireball is hotter than the surface of the sun. A land impact also launches millions and millions of tons of ejecta into the atmosphere. In fact, millions of tons of molten rock will leave the atmosphere and go into space. The rock cools and forms a shell of debris in orbit around the Earth. No more space station, no more satellites. The ejecta that remains in the atmosphere blocks out the sun for months. But it only takes a few days for plant life to start dying. The entire food chain is disrupted within a week and completely collapses in a month.
I did that shit on purpose. I'm a fucking goat. I saw them on my mini map, and as soon as I saw them pull up, get this big boy out, and bam!
shooting stars, but some of them are fireballs that light up the entire sky. Now, why does big archaeology and every world government discount this story? Because there's not a thing they can do about it. Every time we pass through the Torrid Comet Cloud, it's playing Russian roulette. Every year, a new spin in the chamber, a new pull of the trigger. Now, chances are, when we pull the trigger, all we hear is a click. There are objects in the Torrid Cloud that are a mile wide. So even though the chance is small, there is a chance, a real chance, that one of those objects will find its way to us. And when that happens, our civilization ends once again. And there will be only a handful of survivors, people lucky enough to hide in mountain caves. And maybe those survivors will create caves that blow up, describing that world-ending event. However they do it, they'll want to tell our story, and it's an important one. Every year we take our chances with Torrids. One year we're going to lose. Then the only thing left of us, our entire civilization, will be one more very short story.
Squad mates are in the safe zone. You're losing ground. Moving.
Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ. That's Egglefish. You good? Manassas keeping an eye out for trouble. Are you being sarcastic? This is Live Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do us a favor, like, subscribe, comment, and share. That stuff really helps the channel. And like most topics we cover here, today's is recommended by you. So if there's a story you'd like to see or learn more about, go to yfiles.com/tips. And if you'd like a deeper dive into this story and all the other topics we cover here, make sure you check out the podcast. The Y Files Operation Podcast is available.
Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done.
Where's the golf cart? Excuse me. This episode of the Y Files is brought to you by PDX. Hey, thanks for clicking on this compilation. Today we're doing mysteries of the Bible and religious stories and things like that. Now, I'm not a religious person. I respect religion, I enjoy the stories and the history. So you don't have to be a person of faith to enjoy this compilation. So our first story. You're late. Does that mean you got into a fight?
It's true that I quarreled with Gertie. Let the ladies lie alone. For as I talked with my companions, engaged in the public dispatched unto me a text message.
What did she text you?
She beseeched that, whilst on my homeward path, I visit the market for newly hewn bread. But alas, it escaped my remembrance. And verily his displeasure was great, and she was most grievously pissed.
Okay, I think we can stop with the Bible talk.
Verily, Gertie's fury has ceased, and I stand ready. Let us commence our labors with great vigor and zeal. In other words, let's get this party started. What, you think the bit was a little too long, eh? Yeah, I can't trim it down on that one, but I can't think with Gertie's buzzing in my ear.
First episode is number 84, the Bible Code. That's the theory that everything that ever happened is encoded in the Bible, including the birth, life, and death of everyone on Earth, including you. I've always liked this story, and I think you will too. See you in a bit.
I'm deciding where to go after this and get a bunch of ammunition boxes, but I have no self-resist, so forget that.
Break your fins.
Well, I managed to buy myself a little more time. It turns out that Greenwaterville's daughter is a big fan of the show.
Well, that's I don't want to do that.
Come on, you show up, tell the kids a few jokes, maybe do some magic tricks. You'll be here 5, maybe 6 hours tops. It'll be fun.
Actually, that sounds like a nightmare.
Relax. I can teach you. Write all your jokes, like I do anyway. But it ain't nearly enough time to start our flower delivery business. I don't think you're right about that.
No, every month on your debt and your balances aren't going down, PDS has solutions for you. PDS Debt has customized options for anyone struggling with a large monthly debt payments, credit cards, personal loans, collections, even medical bills. They provide a service to match you with debt solutions tailored to your financial situation. Everyone with $10,000 or more in eligible debt files. No problem. There's no minimum credit score required. That is where credit is accepted. Save more while paying off your debt. Online assessment. Just head over Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. This is more than half the world's population, over 4 billion people. Since the dawn of these religions, believers have tried to derive meaning from religious texts. Usually it's through deciphering symbolism and allegory. But computer scientists satisfy literal information in code is based on the 24 books of the Hebrew Bible. Maybe How it works is you take a letter or number of letters, then you skip a certain number of letters, then you take your same number of letters, skip the same number, and repeat. Rabbi Ben Asher used 2 letters, but you could use any number. And you put the letters together to form new words. In the 1940s, this was difficult to do manually. But later, using computers, finding skip codes would become incredibly easy. Computer programs could also expand on the skip code technique using more complicated search parameters. Originally, letters found in skip codes would be strung together to form one long line. Computers allowed researchers to take these long strings and divide them into lines. And these lines could be 20 characters long or 50 or whatever you put into the program. Now, with letters arranged on a grid, new messages could be found by searching for text horizontally, vertically, and diagonally. Kind of like solving a word search puzzle. So using this technique, mathematicians Elihu Ripps, Doran Whitsom, and Johann Rosenberg performed a series of experiments in 1985 called the Great Rabbi's Experiment. Ripps and his colleagues made a list of 34 famous rabbis and sages from the Encyclopedia of Great Men in Israel. They input the names of the rabbis into their program to see if they were referenced in code in the Bible.
Well, did the program find the rabbis?
Even though these 34 men were born and died hundreds or even thousands of years after the Bible was written, their names were encoded in the Bible. Every single one. Doctors Ripps, Whitsom, and Rosenberg took the names of famous rabbis and input them into their computer program. The program was then instructed to iterate through various skip codes and grid sizes searching for the names. Once a match was found, the program would then search horizontally, vertically, and diagonally for dates that intersected the names. These dates would then be compared to the known dates of birth and death for each of the names. The results of the experiment surprised everyone. The computer program found all the names of the rabbis encoded within the Bible, and when arranged on a grid, they also found the dates of birth and death intersecting the names. They tried again with 32 more names. Again, the program worked. All the names and dates were encoded in the Bible. To be sure, they tested their program on the novel War and Peace and other long religious texts. They found nothing, only random letters. But in the Bible, the names were there. In total, they found the names of 166 men encoded in the Bible, thousands of years before any of them were born. Dr. Ripps said the odds of this happening by chance was about 1 in 10 million.
The only conclusion that can be drawn from the scientific research regarding the Torah codes is that they exist and that they are not a coincidence.
Doctors Ripps, Whitsom, and Rosenberg published the results of their study in the peer-reviewed journal of Statistical Science. Naturally, the study was controversial. Several experts tried to find a mistake, but nobody could. In 1997, Harold Gans, a senior cryptologic mathematician for the NSA, set out to disprove the Bible code. When Gans first heard the story, he wasn't just skeptical, he said it was nonsense.
People are always coming up with all kinds of weird claims. The Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot, flying saucers. By nature and by training, I'm a skeptical person. One day my wife asked if I had ever heard of something called Torah codes. I said yes, but she shouldn't take it seriously. She asked, how do you know? Had you looked into it? I distinctly remember saying, I have better things to do with my time than chase after nonsense. And she said, how do you know it's nonsense?
Gans created his own computer program to disprove the Bible code. Not only was he able to find the names of the rabbis and their birth and death dates in the Bible, his program also found their places of birth and death. So, another skeptic turned believer. In 1990, Dr. Ripps had an idea. He was able to find information about rabbis who lived hundreds of years ago, but he wondered if the Bible also had information about people who were still alive. In 1990, Saddam Hussein was one of the most famous people on the planet. Dr. Ripps input the dictator's name into the program to see if he was encoded in the Bible.
Was he?
He was.
That's my sugar!
And if the Bible code was correct, Saddam Hussein was going to attack Israel in 3 weeks.
Did he attack?
He sure did.
I'm plotzing over here!
It's amazing. And only in the Bible do we find this. When, for instance, by skipping an equal number of letters, you spell out President Kennedy, the very next letters in the same skip sequence say to die, and Dallas is in the same place. When you look for Shakespeare, the very next words in the same equal distance skip sequence the same place.
When Dr. Rips input the name Saddam Hussein into his Bible code program, the name was found. Also intersecting Saddam Hussein's name were the phrases Russian missile and fire on third Shabbat. On January 18, 1990, the third Shabbat of the Hebrew calendar, Iraq fired a Russian-made missile into Israel, sparking the Gulf War. This had Dr. Rips wondering if other major events were coded in the Bible. It turned out that many were. In 1992, Michael Drosnin, an American investigative journalist, was in Israel working on a story about war in the Middle East. While there, he was told about Dr. Rips' work. Michael Drosnin didn't believe in God, much less that God would be putting coded messages in the Bible, but it sounded like an interesting story. Drosnin originally set aside an hour to speak with Dr. Rips, but before the hour was over, Drosnin extended his stay in Israel. Rips showed Drosnin that it was possible that the Bible contained billions of messages. Drosnin, intrigued but skeptical, tried to debunk the theory. He couldn't. Instead, he worked with Rips to see what other messages could be decoded. And over the next few years, Drosnin and Rips found over 1,000 events encoded in the text of the Old Testament. They looked at the book of Genesis, where God tells Abraham... Crossing the phrase is the date July 16th. mind trying to form patterns in randomness, trying to make order from chaos. I don't know. I do know that there are things in the universe beyond our understanding. And as long as mysteries exist, we have a duty to try and solve them. In other words, it is the glory of God to conceal a matter, and it is the honor of kings to search it out. So I guess we keep searching. Yeah, I think I messed up the export settings or something with that. It's frustrating to look at. Go back and read all the assets. At 84, a year and a half in. Properly. That's up per episode. I recorded that. To record anything longer than like 16 or. Yeah, in some ways I do too. Next up is episode 110. Enjoy it, and I'll see you when you get back. Even though UFOs are seen everywhere, there's no way to predict when and where they'll show up. Well, no way except one. Build or since the dawn of the atomic age, photographed during nuclear weapons tests and near nuclear weapons facilities. The Ark of the Covenant is one of the most mysterious artifacts in human history. The Ark, a sacred chest made of wood and covered in gold, has been missing since 587 BC. Its last known location was Jerusalem, somewhere under the Temple Mount. So what does that have to do with UFOs? Well, in 2011, a UFO was hovering over the Dome of the Rock on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. And natural disasters. As the legend goes,
es pinche madre me chingó. Trying to get me, yellow. What the fuck?
Squad mates, we're in the safe zone. Gas is closing in. Enemy soldier incoming.
Bro, y'all gonna let me die, bro? Fuck yeah.
You have reinforcements inbound.
Gavin. Put my phone on the truck. Where's my baby? Mama still on the phone? Where my charge box, boy? Where is it? My phone on 1%. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna get these out.
Squad mate is redeployed. Well done. Field urgent has been deactivated.
No! Get that nigga away from the gas. I'm so good. Try to attack me. Try to attack me now. I'm protected. Respawn me too. Respawn me too. Come in. Try to beat me up now. Come on. What's up? Oh, now why you saying no things? One down by that loadout, man. Go get that nigga. Kevin tried to be. Wait, no, come here. Come here. Come here, Bomber. Come here, Bomber. Look, Bomber, look. Bomber, look. Hey, plug that plug up, bro.
I got you. You're coming back, my man. You're coming back.
The top one. Don't see the car got my charge. Get that. Look that. Just take the top one out. Okay. No! Alright, do what I said. What is that? It said, it said, your house is not ready for home. What's up? Huh? Your house is not correctly loaded. That's how he's going to oh, because he thinks he thinks he's just got out. I think it's connected up. Open.
Ammunition box.
Whoop your ass. I don't know why that nigga ran the damn game now. Hey. You better quit messing with stuff. No. Stay away from the gas. No. No!
He's broken, get him, he's broken. You kill him. You gotta help him, bro.
What? Bro, you can't touch. Don't kill you. Oh, he's just like A-Train. He's just like A-Train. Watch this, watch this. Oh, you gonna keep playing? I'm defeating all y'all.
Good try, bro. You had that.
I tried my best, bro. I tried.
Yeah, I don't know why you didn't kill that dude.
Bro, you keep going. You can't touch me.
Hey, just an FYI, you can hear your kids in the background.
know that, you know that, you know that, you know that. Oh my god, man.
Pinche mamá esta con...
Are these shitty niggas camping Lodi now? Word.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Shot out. TOS 5 seconds.
Smoke screen bombardment ready. Contract was compromised. Stand down. Be advised, insurgents is no longer active.
No kills, no kills.
You have reinforcements inbound.
Napalm strike ready for delivery.
This is Gascut. I have fulfilled your orders. Gascan, 4-9, exiting mission area. Slowly burn. Your squad is down. Stay alive. Bring them back. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky. Gas moving.
I got love for the 6, ain't no love for the 60s and hoes and 4s. I'm pulling up. Hey, Pa, come back and get a Lodi. I'm gonna keep her.
Poor.
Zup. Sus. Suspicious. I'm watching anime later, bro. What anime?
Best ones.
They talked shit about the 49ers. They were like, if you guys can make it to through practice, and then they all got injured.
Aquí hay otro, aquí hay otro. It's just a baby.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the
Hopefully
skies.
they don't see me on top of prison.
Time's up. Contract
Ahí
failed.
quedó un Chucky. Le quité las placas a un Chucky. Allá van a subir, sígueme, están subiendo.
Insurgents about to win. Make it count. Enemy dropping into the AR. Squad mates back on station. Good work. Insurgents is close. No more second chances. Your squad mates redeployed. Losing ground. Moving.
Spotted a contract. They got me.
Ten were left.
Google.
200.
Ajá. Güey.
No mames. Güey, tuviste la chance, güey, pero valiste verga. Le pegó la pistola a uno, güey, me pegó otro.
Quiero un quito, tira.
bang bang over here skating. Got touched. We'd love to see that.